Dark Mage Rises, Mage Saga Book 2. Written and narrated by J.J. Green. Chapter 1. As Carina Lin returned to consciousness, she struggled. Her wrists and ankles were tied, and a gag was wrapped tightly around her face. The hard floor she lay upon was vibrating ever so slightly, indicating she was aboard a starship. Wriggling around and pushing with her elbows and knees, she manoeuvred herself to a sitting position. The room she found herself in wasn't much larger than a clothes closet, and it was entirely bare. The door was smooth and featureless, with no way to open it from the inside. She'd clearly been put in some kind of holding cell for prisoners, so the vessel was a military craft. Was that preferable to a criminal outfit like human traffickers? She didn't think so. Though she hadn't been able to get a good look at the attackers who had boarded the shuttle she'd stolen, she had a strong feeling they were the very last people she wanted to meet. The last people she ever wanted to see again were the Shurers. After her mother's experiences at the hands of those arrogant, aggressive meatheads, Karina was certain that if she ever encountered another Shurer before she died, it would be far too soon. She doubted they would say the same about her. The clan would be very happy to have their shuttle back and a family of mages return to their control. Yet there was another faction in that galactic sector that posed an even greater threat. She had no idea how much time had passed since she'd been stunned. Perhaps an hour or longer, judging by how stiff and sore she was from lying on the hard floor. She recalled a brief battle, during which she'd managed to wound 3 of the shuttle's boarders. It was the last thing she remembered before waking up. She waited, leaning against the wall with her knees drawn up, reflecting that her captor's decision to gag her seemed to be a particularly stupid move. What did they think she was going to do? Shout her way to freedom? Then she recalled that time she'd bitten Stefan Schurer's neck. If she'd only managed to sink her teeth a little deeper, she might have killed her mother's rapist and torturer. She smiled grimly. Perhaps a gag was a good idea after all. She twisted her hands and feet, attempting to improve the blood flow to her extremities. When would her kidnappers come for her, and what would they do? Her thoughts turned to her half-siblings. She'd managed to transport them all to the planet's surface, using up the last of the elixir. Little Darius would be safe with Parthenia, her oldest half-sister. The twins, Fern and Oriana, were together too. And nasty Castiel, who was a couple of years younger than Parthenia, was with his sister acolyte Nala. She recalled Castiel's claims that he possessed mage powers and shuddered. Parthenia, Fern, Oriana and Darius could be trusted to uphold the mage philosophy of never intentionally hurting anyone, but Castiel could not. If he was telling the truth, she dreaded what he might do. He was as evil as his father had been. She'd been forced to transport her friend, Bryce, alone to the surface, but he would be okay. He would find a way to return to his family on Ithia. She was more worried about her mage brothers and sisters. They'd been brought up in sheltered luxury and hadn't developed the skills required to survive in a harsh environment. Even more dangerous to them was the fact that they didn't have any practice at concealing their mage skills. Ma had known all about the dangers of revealing her abilities to strangers, yet she'd still been captured and subjected to a life of enslavement and misery. What chance did the woman's naive offspring have? If she escaped, she had to protect them, but it would be hard to find them. Parthenia had given Karina one of her bracelets to help locate her, but the kidnappers had taken it. Everything had been taken from her except her clothes. Parthenia had also given one of her bracelets to the twins, so at least they would be able to reunite with her. Maybe with the 4 of them working together, they might remain safe. As well as worrying about them, Karina already missed her brothers and sisters. In the few weeks she'd spent with Parthenia and her other mage siblings, she'd grown to love them. Only a few months ago she hadn't even known she had a family. If they ever got the chance to be together again, she would take them on a journey to find Earth, the planet where mages were rumoured to have originated. In that remote place they might create a sanctuary where all mages could live openly without fear of capture. For the moment, however, that was all a dream. Karina sighed and tried to clear her mind of gloomy thoughts. Escape was what she needed to focus on. There was a slim chance she was wrong about whose ship she was on. If she wasn't wrong, there was an even slimmer chance her captors wouldn't discover she'd crossed them in the past. She was in need of a lot of luck. A metallic click sounded and the door slid open. A man in uniform entered. His head was shaved, making it difficult to tell his age, though from his bearing he appeared to be a high-ranking officer. As he stepped closer, she saw the starburst insignia on his collar. Her luck was all out. He was working for the Dirksens. The guard who entered behind him was carrying a chair. After she set the chair down, the officer waved her away. The door closed and the man sat, crossing his legs. As far as Karina could see, he wasn't armed. He was alone with a prisoner, but carried nothing to defend himself. That didn't seem very smart, but before making a move, she waited to hear what he had to say. The officer leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. He said nothing, only gazed at her. She returned his gaze. She wasn't cowed, if that was his intention. She had endured plenty of intimidation and beatings in her 18 years. She could endure some more, and she would take her revenge if she got the chance. The officer held eye contact for a while, not blinking. She asked through her gag. He got to his feet, took 2 steps over to her and pulled it off. He then returned to his seat. "What did you say?" "I said, is this a new torture method?" She worked her mouth to ease its dryness. "Because it isn't very effective." A corner of the man's mouth lifted, but then his eyes turned serious again. "I know your kind. We could go through the usual steps. I could ask you what you were doing aboard a Shura shuttle, days from the site of a recent battle, yet not wearing a Shura uniform. You'll stoically refuse to answer me. I'll tell the guard to rough you up a bit. You'll still refuse to respond. I'll threaten more pain and humiliation, but after the guard does her job again, your lips will remain sealed, and so on and on. All very messy and distasteful, and ultimately unlikely to bring either of us any satisfaction." He tilted his head before continuing, "I know you. Where do I know you from?" Karina's stomach clenched. This was it. She was going to be identified, and then everything would be over. It was a shame she wouldn't see her family again. The officer leaned forward and peered at her. "I'm right, aren't I? I do know you." Damn. He'd read her reaction to his words in her face. Karina fought to calm herself and clear her mind as Nine-Eye had taught her. This interrogation was turning out to be harder than she'd expected. Pain she could withstand. This officer's methods were subtler. "Shut down your emotional response, have you?" he asked. "So you've been trained to do that? Perhaps you rank highly in the Shura forces. Maybe you're a spy. That might explain some anomalies." His gaze roamed her features closely. "Yet you're too young to be a high-ranking officer. You're even younger than you look, I think." Karina watched him defiantly, yet didn't trust herself to respond, not knowing what he might interpret from her words. She wasn't going to hand answers to him on a plate. His dark eyes were thoughtful. "Don't have anything to say? You were quite talkative a moment ago, trying to speak even though you were gagged. Do you find my observations unsettling? I've caught you unprepared, haven't I? You were expecting something quite different, and I've shocked you into silence. Not so cocky now, huh? The officer stood and straightened his pants. You're quite the enigma, but that's fine. I enjoy a puzzle. I'll figure you out. He rapped the door with a knuckle and was let out. As the door closed, she cursed. It was childish, she knew, but she wished she'd thought up a smart comeback to the smug bastard's assertions. He'd been right about nearly everything. Though he hadn't raised a hand to her, she felt defeated somehow. Even his lack of a weapon had been an attack, she realized, and he'd won. He'd been demonstrating that she posed no threat to him. He'd been right. His words had disarmed her. Had he seen a vid of the attack at Arana? Was that how he knew her? It had to be. The Dirksens never forgave anyone who opposed them. She had known that when she'd agreed to take on the job with her merc band. Though she would never for a second regret what she'd done, the Dirksen officer was clever. He would discover what she'd done sooner or later, though what would happen then depended on what else piqued his curiosity. He reminded her a little of Calverley, a Shura commander who had deluded himself into believing he was fighting an ethical war for the betterment of human civilization. The smart ones were the worst enemies, not those who are naturally aggressive, belligerent and evil. People like Calverley and the Dirksen officer were intelligent enough to weigh up the pros and cons of what they were doing, yet do it anyway. She shivered. She was sunk. Hours of boredom took the edge off her tension, and eventually she dozed. Some time later, she didn't know exactly how much time had passed, the door opened again. The shaven-headed, dark-eyed Dirksen officer came in carrying an interface and looking pleased with himself. She eyed the screen with dread. She knew exactly what he was about to show her. How should she respond? She had no idea how to react to make things better for her. She didn't think there was a reaction that might have that effect. "I knew I'd seen you before," the officer said. "I have a good memory for faces, but even so, I wouldn't have recognized you if you hadn't taken off your helmet." "Taken off your helmet?" "No need to fake looking puzzled," said the officer. "Or maybe you aren't faking. It doesn't matter. The resemblance is unmistakable." Her stomach dropped as she remembered the moment she'd removed her helmet. This was looking worse than she'd hoped. The officer dragged his chair over and sat down before holding the screen in front of her face. "Does this look familiar?" The scene was indeed familiar. The interface showed the interior of a smelting plant on Arana. Her merc band had been tasked with rescuing a kidnapping victim from here. The Dirksens had abducted a Shura child. She had thought the Dirksens might have vids of the first attack on the plant when her band had gone in through the reception, but this scene was from the second attack after the first had failed. She was looking at the room where the Dirksens had held the child. The boy she'd later come to know was her half-brother, Darius. A soldier burst in. It was herself, wearing merc armor. She watched calmly, trying not to betray any emotion. In the vid, the soldier squatted down, and as the camera tracked her movement, the kidnapping victim came into view. Little Darius looked even more terrified than she'd remembered, and it was no wonder. The Dirksen thugs had tortured him to try to make him confess his mage powers, unsuccessfully. Her brother was a tough young man, but at that moment he'd been frozen with fear. So to show him she wasn't as scary as she looked, she'd... There it was. The soldier took off her helmet. The Dirksen officer paused the vid. He was smiling. "Those helmet visors make it impossible to identify faces. Thanks for making it easier for me. So you aren't a Shura, you're a merc, though why you were aboard a Shura shuttle remains to be revealed." She couldn't stand the man's gloating, and she shrank from what was probably coming next, along with all the repercussions. "But that isn't all, is it?" said the officer. "You aren't just a merc who took on a bad job. You know, that's what I like about you. You're so interesting." "Right, I'll show you what I mean. I won't bore you with the slow bits." He forwarded the vid, skipping over the part where Karina persuaded Darius to come with her, and they left the room. "Here it is." He slowed the vid to normal speed. "You carry the boy to a vent. Smart move. He would have been hurt if you tried to take him through the firefight going on the stairs. Your band's shuttle was up on the roof, and you figured you could climb through the network to reach it, didn't you? Only things were getting heated. You had a limited amount of time to reach the roof, or your companions might have died waiting for you. One of them did die, in fact, I think." Her heart ached. Poor Captain Speedle. "Sorry," said the officer. "I didn't mean to bring back bad memories." "Get to the point," she said between her teeth. "I'm getting there, my young conundrum. No need to rush me. So, let's see. This is the time stamp for when you took the kid into the vent. Then here you are on the roof, only seconds later. You didn't have to climb through the vent tunnels, especially with a kid encumbering you. So how did you manage it?" She didn't reply. She had cast transport in order to get Darius and herself up to the roof before the shuttle left. "What a pity we didn't have surveillance cameras inside the vent system, huh?" the officer asked. "I would have loved to see exactly what you did. We had the boy because we guessed the Shuras were pulling some weird shit. It looks like we were right, and that whatever it is, you can do it too. Is that why you were running from the Shuras? Did you get tired of meeting their demands?" When she remained silent, he went on, "Thanks for not insulting my intelligence by claiming ignorance. I appreciate it. I wish I could extend you some mercy in gratitude. Unfortunately, that isn't going to be possible. We lost the Shura boy, but now we have you instead. And after that attack on our shipyard, my superiors are keener than ever to find out what this strange ability is. I can assure you they'll be expecting you to use it in their favor." Chapter 2. The vibrations coming through the floor ceased. It had been several long hours since the Dirksen officer had left Karina's holding cell, but it looked like something was about to happen, and probably to her. She wasn't certain where the ship was. So much time had elapsed since she'd been captured, it might not be at Ostalon, where she'd transported her siblings and Bryce. The Dirksen vessel could have travelled to another planet, or even to another system. What were the Dirksens even doing on Ostalon, if that was where the ship had stopped? According to the scant information she had managed to discover, the planet was one of 2 inhabited worlds in the Floria system, which was way off the main routes. As far as she'd been able to tell, the system wasn't under Dirksen or Shura control. Neither clan had taken an interest in the place, so it was officially disputed territory. Whatever the reason was for Dirksens to be lurking there, she guessed she might soon find out. Once more, her powers had placed her in a dangerous position. After witnessing what had happened to her mother after her abilities were discovered, she was prepared to fight to the death to avoid the same fate. She waited tensely for what seemed an age before the door to her holding cell finally opened. This time, she didn't see the dark-eyed Dirksen officer. 2 guards had arrived. One of them unfastened her ankle restraints and pulled her roughly to her feet. He grabbed her upper arm and pushed her forward. A hard metal edge was pushed into her head from behind. It was the muzzle of the other guard's gun. "I understand, language," she said, as they forced her through the cell doorway. Her remark earned her a knock on her skull from the muzzle. It wasn't hard enough to daze her, but she felt a trickle of blood run down her neck. Before another smart remark could slip out, Karina bit her tongue. Bravado wasn't going to help her escape, and it wouldn't ease her tension either. As the guard's hand fastened tightly around her biceps, he urged her along a corridor so fast she was almost running. The vessel was, as she had guessed, a modestly sized military craft. The interior was bare, featureless metal, and she could hear the stamp of booted feet. She was probably inside a patrol ship. The Dirksens had been surveying the system for unscheduled arrivals of suspicious spacecraft. The stolen Shura shuttle had been an obvious target. A bright light shone ahead, and as they rounded a corner, she saw it was daylight. They'd arrived at an exit ramp that led out onto the planet's surface. The patrol ship was even smaller than she'd thought. Few space-worthy ships could land and take off through a planet's atmosphere. She must have paused in surprise because the guard grunted, "Move!" and pushed her down the ramp. She caught a glimpse of a spaceport and a city before she was forced into the back of a ground transport. The door slammed, leaving her in total darkness on the floor of the vehicle. It lifted off the ground and then accelerated fast. She had been half crouching. The sudden movement made her stumble. Her wrists remained tied, preventing her from saving herself. She hit the floor. She was about to sit up when an idea occurred to her. It was a long shot, but worth trying. Though she couldn't see a thing, she remembered where the door was. Lying on her back, she lifted both her legs and drove them hard against it. The door held firm, however. Having nothing better to do as the journey progressed, she kicked the door again and again, until a voice from the front of the vehicle growled, "Cut it out! I'll come back there and stun you!" She gave the door a final defiant kick, but then lay still, panting with exertion. She was uncomfortable lying on her tied arms, so she turned onto her front. Where was she being taken? What Dirksen figure of importance was she about to meet? Would he be like Stefan Scherer, more monster than human being? What would the Dirksens do to her when they attempted to force her to reveal her mage powers? She knew only one thing for sure. She would never admit to her ability to cast. The minute she did that, her life would be over. The Dirksens would never rest until they compelled her to do what they wanted, by whatever means necessary. She recalled the time Stefan Scherer had forced her to raise a tidal wave against Dirksen troops, killing who knew how many of them. A clean fight was different. Mage powers were not supposed to be destructive. She refused to live a life of shame and dishonor. While waiting for the journey to end, she tried to recall what she'd seen of the city outside the spaceport before she'd been pushed into the transport. The metropolis had looked surprisingly high-tech for a backwater place. Her home planet had also been in the middle of nowhere, and life there had been barely above subsistence level. Other out-of-the-way locations she had visited when working as a merc had been similar. Even the Shura stronghold, Ithia, had been provincial. She had heard of highly developed places toward the center of the galactic sector, but she'd never visited one. Her glimpse of the cityscape had revealed tall blocks in many complex designs. Some had been decorated with vegetation and walkways linked the sections. She'd also seen small private transports flying between the blocks. The vehicle turned a corner quickly, throwing her across the floor, and then a short while later it halted. A door at the front opened and slammed. The one she'd been kicking also opened. She looked past her feet, squinting in the sudden light. A burly man stood outside. She guessed he was the owner of the growly voice. Beyond him hovered an expensively dressed woman. Her expression reminded Karina of a type of bug she used to keep as a child. The beady-eyed insects were always ready to pounce on whatever prey happened by, and the woman looked the same. Karina didn't relish the idea of being her prey. The burly man reached in and grabbed her tied wrists before pulling her out of the vehicle in one smooth motion. She landed on her knees on the dusty ground and blinked in the piercing sunlight. "Now then, Harmon," the woman said. "Not so rough, please. Help the girl up." Harmon gripped her elbow and yanked her to her feet. They were under a wide awning outside a large residence. The city she'd seen at the spaceport had gone. The house seemed to be in the middle of nowhere, in fact. She was disheartened. If she managed to escape, she would have plenty of country to cross to reach an urban area. "Come inside, dear," the woman said. "I do hope the guards haven't treated you too badly. They can be overzealous at times." She turned toward the entrance, but then glanced back and said, "Remove her restraints, Harmon. How ridiculous." Karina blinked again, though this time it wasn't due to the bright sunlight. The reception she was receiving wasn't at all what she'd expected. Harmon unfastened her wrist ties, and now that his mistress's back was turned, shoved Karina toward the door. After another glance around, noting she wouldn't get 5 meters before Harmon could stun her, Karina followed the bug-like woman into the mansion. Harmon remained one step behind all the way to a lounge where the woman invited Karina to sit. He hovered at her side until he was ordered, rather shrilly, to step back and give the poor girl room to breathe. "You must be exhausted," the woman continued. "I'll order some refreshments, then Harmon will show you up to your apartment. I insist that you rest a while for as long as you need. We can talk business later." Karina was beginning to wonder if she was unconscious and dreaming. Perhaps she hadn't come around yet from being stunned on the Shura shuttle. Perhaps the dark-eyed officer didn't exist. Or maybe she was still asleep on the Dirksen patrol ship. "You seem confused," said the woman. "That's entirely understandable. Let me introduce myself. I am Langley Dirksen." Perhaps Karina wasn't going mad after all. "And it's my intention to make your life as comfortable as possible." On the other hand, Langley Dirksen lifted a comm to her lips and spoke softly, ordering food and drinks. When she finished, she looked up at Karina and said, "And you are?" Karina was so taken aback at the situation she almost gave her name as a reflex, but instead she clamped her lips shut. "Of course," Langley Dirksen said. "I understand." Her tone carried a hint of iciness that betrayed the politeness of her words. She folded her hands in her lap, resting them on the fine pale green silky fabric of her dress. After a moment she said, "Well, this is awkward, isn't it? I hope we can be friendlier over the coming days." "I'm sure we will be. Oh, here we are." A maid trolley had arrived, carrying snacks and glasses of drink. It trundled to Karina first. While she was tempted to kick the thing over and make a run for it, she knew it was pointless. Besides, she was famished and thirsty. She seized several plates, piling them on her lap before grabbing 2 full glasses. After downing 1 glass of a syrupy but refreshing juice, she bit into a pink confection and swallowed it in 2 mouthfuls. Karina was dimly aware of Langley's gaze on her. The Dirksen woman probably disapproved of her lack of manners, but then, from the look of her, Langley hadn't ever starved. Karina wasted little time with concerns about what impression she was giving. After quickly finishing the snacks on her lap, she retrieved the remaining ones from the trolley. She wasn't waiting for Langley to help herself. She'd had her chance. The snacks were light and not intended to supply much energy, Karina guessed. Then she abruptly stopped eating. What if the food was drugged? "Aren't you going to eat anything?" she asked Langley. "I'm not hungry," Langley replied, looking gratified that Karina had finally spoken. "Eat something," Karina said, "or make him." She looked at Harmon, who still hung around like a bad smell. Langley sighed. "Harmon, have a snack." Harmon reached into the trolley and picked out a pale yellow cake in the shape of a flower. He popped the entire thing into his mouth and chewed solemnly. After observing him, Karina proceeded to eat the rest of the snacks. When she'd finished, she burped. "Well, you certainly were hungry, weren't you?" Karina drank her second drink and returned the empty glass to the trolley. "I don't know why you've brought me here, but I take it if I try to leave, Harmon might have something to say about it." "He might indeed, and so may the many other Harmons who patrol my estate. But we're starting off on the wrong foot. As I see it, there's no need for us to be on opposite sides. We can have a mutually beneficial relationship." "If that's the case," Karina replied, "I suggest that, as a gesture of good faith, you allow me the freedom to leave." Not just yet. You're tired, and you've been treated badly, no doubt, by those military types who picked you up. Please, rest for a while. When you've recovered, we can talk business. Harmon, show our friend to her apartment." Karina didn't have much choice except to do as Langley Dirksen directed, though she distrusted the woman's fine words. Even if Langley's intentions were currently noble, and she really did want to strike up a fair deal in exchange for Karina using her mage powers, which Karina doubted, the woman's attitude would soon change. That was what knowledge of a mage's abilities did to people. It turned them into envious, exploitative, evil monsters like Stefan Scherer. Whatever good treatment she received, Karina would never admit she was a mage, and when Langley Dirksen finally realized she wasn't going to get anything, her reaction would show just how well-intentioned she really was. Meanwhile, Karina worried what would happen to Parthenia and the others. How were they going to survive? She hoped they would have the sense to never let anyone know they could cast. Chapter 3. "Can we cast transport to bring us some food?" Darius asked. He'd asked the same question twice already, but Parthenia guessed her little brother didn't remember. She couldn't expect a 6-year-old to have a good memory, and he was probably as hungry as she was, if not hungrier, and very tired. "Well, we don't have any elixir, and we would need to see the food, or at least know exactly where it was. You know that. And it would be stealing." She pushed aside a low branch of a tree that stood in their way and let Darius go ahead of her. They were following some kind of track through the forest. She wasn't sure what had made the track, but she hoped it was human. "Would it be stealing?" "Yes, it would, because it would be taking something that doesn't belong to us. I know that when we went into town, the store owners would let us take whatever we wanted, but that was because Father made them. Most people can't do that. Most people have to pay for food with money. We don't have any money." "Oh, how do we get money?" "I don't know yet. Maybe we can work. That's how most people get money." The truth was, Parthenia didn't know what they were going to do. Somehow they would have to make a new life, and it would be very different from the one they'd been used to. She didn't even know how to begin. All she knew was that the first step was to reunite with their mage siblings, since Karina had been forced to transport them all separately from the shuttle to the planet's surface. They had to find each other again. She'd been waiting for hours to hear from Karina, or perhaps Fern or Oriana. She'd given one of her bracelets to her older sister and another to her twin siblings. They should be able to use a bracelet of hers to locate her and then send a message. Then they could all meet up and together they could decide what to do. She guessed Oriana and Fern were having the same difficulty as her with creating elixir in the middle of nowhere. But Karina was resourceful and smart. She would have made contact sooner. Darius hadn't spoken for a while, which was unusual. He was looking worried. She gripped her younger brother's hand tighter. "Don't fret. Karina will cast send soon. I'm sure she will. Until then, we'll keep on walking and trying to find our way out of this place, okay? Karina wouldn't want us to just sit around waiting to be rescued, would she?" Darius said, "No, I don't think so. But what if she doesn't cast send? What do we do then?" "Karina would never abandon us, Darius. I mean, she wouldn't forget about us if she knew we needed her." The little boy nodded. "When the bad men took me, she came and found me." "That's right. She'll find us too, but it might take a while. So let's see how brave we can be and find out all the things we can do without her help." Her skirt caught on a thorn and ripped. "Oh, wait a minute." As she carefully pulled the cloth away, the back of her hand brushed another thorn, receiving a scratch. "Ow!" Parthenia sucked on the drops of blood oozing from the wound. "Does it hurt?" Darius asked, standing on his tiptoes to try to see her hand. "I could cast heal." "Oh no, I can't. Are you sure you don't know how to make elixir?" "I do know. I just don't know how to make it out here. I don't know how to start a fire for one thing." Darius came down from his tiptoes and hung his head. "I miss Karina." "I do too." Parthenia took her brother's hand again, and they continued walking. The barely visible thread of worn ground wound through the undergrowth. Sunlight slanted through the tree branches. Parthenia guessed it would be several hours before the sun set. She hoped Karina would find them before then. She didn't want to spend the night alone in the forest. They hadn't seen or heard anything except bugs and some kind of arboreal creature that had swung away as they approached and then climbed high and flew. Maybe animals that preyed on humans lived here. It had been hours since they'd arrived on the planet, and they'd been walking ever since. Parthenia's legs were aching. Darius was probably even more tired, though he hadn't mentioned anything except his empty stomach. Deciding it was time to call a halt and let her brother rest, she said, "Hey, let's stop for a while. Let's find somewhere to sit down." She led Darius off the track and over to a gap between two tall trees where nothing else grew. She sat him down on a root that protruded from the ground. "I'm thirsty, Parthenia." Darius squashed his little body into the scant remaining space on the root. She sighed. "Me too. If only Karina would send soon. Perhaps she might even transport herself here and then take them both to a safe place." Her talk about showing her sister how brave they could be had been just that, talk. She didn't feel at all brave. She had begun to realize how ill-prepared they were to live an ordinary life in the real world. As she had been growing up, Parthenia had gradually come to understand she led an unusual life. It was only through reading books and during brief visits to the local town and even briefer visits to the capital she had realized other people didn't live in large estates and have everything they needed given to them. Although her father had been very controlling and had treated her mother worse than an animal, Parthenia had never been hungry or deprived of material things. She had slept in a comfortable bed every night, and the only work she'd had to do was schoolwork, making elixir, and casting. If she was ever sick, a spicer would come to the house to treat her, and she'd always worn expensive dresses and had all the toys, paints, interfaces and other playthings she wanted. She'd even had her own pet. Thinking back to the tarsal she'd left behind on Ithia, Parthenia suddenly felt so sad she wanted to cry. But she didn't want to upset Darius with her tears, so she swallowed and bit her lip. "What's wrong?" her brother asked. He climbed into her lap, though he barely fit there anymore. "Nothing. I'm all right," Parthenia replied. Darius wrapped his arms around her neck and rested his head on her shoulder. "No, you aren't." There had never been much point in trying to hide emotions from Darius, Parthenia reflected. He always knew what you were feeling, whether you admitted it or not. Now they'd stopped walking for a while, she was growing cold. They were wearing the thin clothes they'd worn aboard the battleship, and they'd left the shuttle so quickly she hadn't even thought to grab the emergency blankets they'd been using to stay warm on the chilly ship. "It's time we started walking again," Parthenia said. "Have you rested enough?" "I guess so," Darius replied, getting up, though Parthenia heard the tiredness in his voice. "But where are we going? Are we nearly there?" "I was hoping we might find a way out of these woods," said Parthenia. "If we can find a house or a small town, maybe someone will give us some money for my bracelet." She hadn't thought of the idea until she said it. She'd only been intending to make something up to distract Darius from his hunger and thirst for a while. But it was actually a good plan. Karina might take a long time to find them. They might even have to wait until tomorrow. Parthenia had one bracelet left. She wasn't sure how much it was worth, but she guessed it might be a lot of money. Father had always insisted his family had the finest of everything. If they found other people, maybe she could sell them her bracelet for enough money to last them for days. But then the idea of encountering other people got her worrying. "Darius, if we do see anybody, we must remember what Mother told us." "I know," her brother replied. "I won't tell them about casting. I won't tell them we're— Oh!" His foot had caught on a vine lying across the path. He fell hard into a patch of thorny plants and squealed as he tried to get up. "Don't move," Parthenia exclaimed, fearing he was going to scratch himself some more. Darius obediently stopped wriggling and lay still, looking up at his sister with tears running down his face. "Keep still and I'll untangle you." It took Parthenia several minutes to detach the thorns from Darius's clothes and skin, and she received plenty of scratches during the process. Eventually, however, she could finally stand the boy on his feet. His mouth was turned down and his chin trembled, though he'd finally stopped crying. He looked like he was at the end of his strength, yet he'd walked for hours with Parthenia without complaint. "Would you like me to carry you?" she asked him. Darius gave 2 firm nods and a small smile. "Okay." Parthenia turned around and squatted down. "Climb aboard." With her brother's legs tucked under her arms, she continued down the track. She could feel him resting his head on her back and guessed he might soon fall asleep. She was tempted to stop so they could both lie down, but fear of what might happen while they were sleeping would probably keep her awake. Parthenia pushed on through the undergrowth. She was beginning to think the track must have been made by animals. What would be the point of people walking so far in the forest? With her gaze focused on the vegetation ahead, she desperately hoped to see some sign of an end to it, but there was nothing visible except leaves, branches, and vines. In fact, that part of the forest looked familiar. Had they come this way before? It was so hard to tell. Surely the track led somewhere, or had they been going in circles? "Parthenia," said Darius, "what if Karina didn't transport out of the shuttle? What if the people who were coming aboard caught her?" "Don't be silly," Parthenia replied. "Of course that didn't happen. Karina wouldn't let them capture her." It was a possibility Parthenia wasn't willing to entertain. The idea they might have to survive without their older sister's help on a world where they knew no one was horrifying. Even if Fern and Oriana managed to find them, the four of them wouldn't be much better off together than apart. How would they get money? After she sold her bracelet, Parthenia didn't know what else she could do. She didn't know how to work at a job. Everything she'd learned in her classes had been academic or oratorical. She didn't have any simple skills like cooking or cleaning or fixing broken tech. All she could do was cast, and doing that would be extremely risky. From what she could understand, that was why Father had treated Mother so badly. He'd used her because she was a mage. She hadn't wanted to marry him. Mother must have been married before because Karina had a different father. Parthenia had never found out what had happened to him. "Are you sure Karina transported off the shuttle?" Darius asked. "She wasn't caught." "I'm sure. I don't know how long it'll take her to find us, but she will. So don't worry about it, okay?" "Okay, I won't." Parthenia pushed the prospect of trying to survive without Karina's help far from her mind. Her sister would come. She had to. Parthenia couldn't look after Darius all by herself. She couldn't keep them both safe on her own. Darius said, "I wish we could cast transport to bring some food." Chapter 4. Karina waited 5 minutes before trying to open the door from the suite in the Dirksen mansion. Predictably, it was locked. Harmon was probably outside too, she guessed. She was standing in the lounge of the suite, which also contained a bedroom and a bathroom. The first thing she had done was to quickly search the rooms for ingredients to make elixir, but she was out of luck. Though there was plenty of wood and metal, and she could get water by pretending she wanted a drink, there was no earth in the rooms or any way for her to make a fire. She went to the lounge window. It was also locked, and the square frames that held the panes were too small for her to squeeze through, assuming she could break the glass without someone hearing it. Outside, the grounds of the estate stretched to the horizon. No fences or walls broke the wide, flat parkland landscape. If she tried to cross it in daylight, she would be spotted easily, and at night infrared sensors would pick up her body heat. Karina wasn't about to let those facts stop her from trying to escape. The estate probably had a shuttle pad and a few private shuttles, or perhaps she could steal one of the hover vehicles used for transportation on this world. Turning from the window, she skimmed the room with her gaze. She walked over to an internal wall and touched it, running her hands over the surface to find out how it was constructed. If the wall was only made of board, she might be able to break through it, though then she would have the problem of getting out of the house. On the other hand, she was only on the 2nd floor. Perhaps she could make a hole in the external wall, or maybe she could remove the entire window frame. She peeled back the fabric wall covering and found plaster underneath. Using the metal base of an ornament to dig through the plaster, she discovered the internal walls were made of bricks. She could chip away the mortar and remove the bricks, but it would take time, and she would have to choose a wall that didn't adjoin the main corridor, or her efforts might be noticed. Perhaps she could make a hole into the room next to her bedroom. That room's window might be unlocked. Karina continued through the suite, trying to figure out how she could slip away. But after half an hour's investigation, she hadn't managed to find a quick escape route, though she'd thought up several plans. All of them would take time to execute, however. After her long confinement on the patrol ship and the journey to the Dirksen estate, she was exhausted. Worrying about her mage sisters and brothers, she fell asleep. She woke to the sensation of someone gripping her shoulder. Reflexively, she punched where she guessed the person's head might be. Her fist connected with a skull. As she opened her eyes, she rose up and grabbed for the person's throat. It was muscly and thick, too thick for a proper grip with one hand. She grabbed it with the other hand too, though it ached from the punch. Harmon's very surprised face swam into focus. He brought up his arms between hers and broke her grip before shoving her onto the bed. "Calm down, huh? I just wanted to wake you for dinner. You didn't answer when I knocked." As he turned away, he rubbed his head where she'd punched him. "I'll wait for you outside." He walked out of the bedroom, still rubbing his head. Karina nursed her sore knuckles. She had been deeply asleep and dreaming when Harmon had woken her. The threads of the dream were already slipping from her mind, but she recalled a large monster leaning over Darius. Somehow she'd known the monster was her brother's father, Stefan Scherer, and he was taking him to whatever dark place he'd gone after he died. She rubbed her upper arms, chilled even though the room was warm. Stefan Scherer had died a terrible death, and though he would never hurt Darius again, she was concerned about how the little boy was faring. Parthenia would do her best to look after him, but Karina was still worried. None of her mage brothers and sisters would adapt easily to their new lives. When she went into the lounge, Karina saw that night had fallen. She had slept for hours. Clothes had been spread across the sofa, fine dresses, pants and shirts, all her size. They were intended for her, no doubt. Was she supposed to change her clothes before going down to dinner? Karina sighed. She wasn't a doll for Langley Dirksen to dress up. When she tried the door, it opened. Harmon was waiting in the corridor, his hands clasped in front of him. He looked her up and down. "You have to." "I go down like this or not at all." Harmon sneered and wordlessly gestured for her to go first. As he followed her, she said, "Is this your usual job around here, Harmon? Locking up young women? Your family must be proud." She smirked at him over her shoulder. The burly man pushed her, forcing her to face forward. "You better shut up, or I'll hurt you where it won't show." When they reached the first floor, he guided her into a room for dining. Langley Dirksen was sitting at one end of a table and a man was sitting at the other. Karina thought this had to be Mr. Dirksen, but then the man stood and turned to face her, and she saw he was much younger than Langley. Though he was tall, he was an adolescent. Langley's gaze drifted briefly down Karina's clothes and back up again before she forced a smile. "Thank you for joining us. I hope you slept well." "No need to thank me," Karina replied. "I didn't have any choice about it. Harmon here woke me up with a slap and dragged me downstairs." "Harmon? Not true, ma'am. I believe our guest is trying to cause trouble." Langley looked concerned. The young man stifled a small grin. He was her son, judging by the resemblance between the two. "Please, join us," said Langley. Karina pulled out a chair and sat down. She began piling food on her plate. "Tell me, is it normal around here to lock your guests in their rooms? I've never encountered that before, and I was wondering if it's a local custom." She dug a fork into a pile of some kind of starchy vegetable and filled her mouth. At this, Langley's son gave a brief snort of laughter before putting a hand over his grin. His mother glared at him before turning to Karina and saying, "Please believe me, I would not be doing this unless I felt it was necessary and beneficial to both of us in the long run." Karina raised her eyebrows, chewed and swallowed before lifting up another forkful of food. She wasn't going to allow this woman the satisfaction of thinking she was doing her a favor by locking her up. There was no point in passing up the opportunity to fill her belly while her future was so uncertain. "Let me introduce you to my son," Langley said brightly. "This is Reese." Reese nodded at Karina. His gaze briefly slipped back to his mother before turning down to his plate. "Reese is an inventor," said Langley. "Isn't that right, dear?" Reese didn't look up, but he gave a small nod. "He's so smart, I don't know where he gets it from." Karina wondered what had happened to Reese's father. No fourth place was set at the table. She didn't ask. Indulging in small talk would send the wrong signal. It would give Langley the impression that her behavior was acceptable. A serving dish piled with meaty ribs sat in front of Karina. She picked one up and began to gnaw it. Langley took a drink, appearing to attempt to quell anger or anxiety, or perhaps both. "Shall we get down to business?" When Karina continued to ignore her, she put down her glass and went on, "I will be entirely frank with you, and I hope that in return you will show me the same respect. Firstly, I know something of what you can do, so there's no point in hiding it. I'm sure you're aware of the rivalry between the Dirksens and the Shurers. In recent years, my clan has lost considerable ground to our competitors. Business dealings, allegiances, military technology development, and so on. In many areas, the Shurers have overwhelmed our interests. Some movement back and forth is to be expected, of course. We can't expect to win all the time, but certain events have been very odd. Businesses that had been loyal to us for generations suddenly made deals with the Shurers, deals that were to their disadvantage. Secret military installations have been attacked and weapon prototypes stolen. These events were so remarkable, we paid one arms trader a lot of money to allow us to send a spy as his representative in a business deal. Obviously, we couldn't implant any kind of bug on our spy. The Shurers would have detected any tech immediately. All we had to go on was his report on the meeting after it took place on the Shurer stronghold on Ithia. Interestingly, during the meeting, he agreed to a deal that would eventually put the actual arms supplier out of business. The spy reported that the only abnormal thing he remembered was that a young woman had sat in on the meeting for no apparent reason. It was almost too preposterous to countenance, but we were forced to conclude this young lady had done something to influence our spy's decision-making, causing him to sign up to an agreement no one in their right minds would accept. Karina continued to eat, not allowing her expression to betray the thoughts whirring through her mind. She had a good idea of what had gone on at that meeting. Further reconnaissance efforts revealed the young woman lived on a country estate with her family, Langley said. We watched the estate, curious about what it was the girl had done to influence our spy. When another child in the family left the estate's grounds, we took him for questioning. You took him and tortured him. Karina fought to keep her features neutral. It was possible Langley wasn't aware of what Dirksen thugs had done to Darius. Not that it was an excuse. "Reese, be quiet," Langley snapped. The young man, who hadn't been making very much noise at all, put down his knife and fork. "My dear," Langley said to her, "I know you rescued the boy. I've seen the vid. I also know you have some kind of special ability too, and you became caught up with the Shurers somehow. None of that matters to us. I don't want to be unreasonable about this, but we need your help. We are prepared to reward you handsomely if you will perform similar services to those the Shurer girl provided for her clan. That's all we're asking, and what you see around you is only a taste of the benefits you could enjoy if you agree." All the while Langley Dirksen had been speaking, Karina had been eating. She was now full. She finally lifted her gaze to the older woman. If I knew what the hell you were talking about, which I don't, do you really think it's reasonable to lock me up? Do you actually think someone you kidnapped is going to help you? That's got to be the craziest thing I ever heard. You Dirksens hauled me off my ship, locked me up, pushed me around, and forced me somewhere I didn't want to go. If you're as nice and reasonable as you make out, prove it. You might as well, because it won't matter how long you keep me here, how much nice food you feed me, or how much fun Harmon has with me while your back's turned. I can't do whatever the hell it is you're asking me to do. You'll be wasting both our time if you don't let me walk out of here." Langley smiled resignedly. "I can see it's going to take longer to persuade you than I thought. That's okay. I'm a patient woman, and when you finally do make the right choice, you'll see how sensible you've been." Chapter 5. Karina had expected to spend the rest of the evening in her room, and she'd been looking forward to using the time trying to figure out how to get out of here. But Langley Dirksen had other plans. After dinner was eaten, in silence, Reese hadn't yet spoken. Langley announced they would be attending mech battle. Reese punched the air. "Yes!" He paused and added, "I can go too, right?" "You may," Langley replied graciously. "It will be good for you and our guest to get to know each other better." Karina nearly dropped her glass. She darted a look at the young man, who seemed embarrassed by his mother's remark. Did Langley really imagine the two of them might strike up a romance? The idea was insane. Even if Reese wasn't the son of her kidnapper, he was just a kid. "You're joking, right?" she asked Langley. "And anyway, I don't want to go to your stupid event. I demand you release me. I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't committed any crimes, and you have no right to hold me like this." "Not committed any crimes?" Langley asked. "Well, maybe you aren't a criminal, but your situation might be better if you were. My dear, you were captured aboard a Shura shuttle. You're worse than a criminal. You're an enemy prisoner." Her polite expression transformed to hostility. "You have no rights." Then the mask of politeness fell over her features again. "But let's not squabble. I'm not so foolish as to believe that compelling you to work for us is the best solution in the circumstances. Whatever we manage to force you to do, you would exert the minimum effort, and no doubt you would try to secretly sabotage your results. It would be to both our benefits if we can come to a mutually agreeable arrangement. I know you don't believe so at the moment, but it's true. As hard as it may be for you to accept, I don't want you to work under duress, and so, as an enticement, I would like you to see the kind of lifestyle you could live and the things you could have if you agree to use your abilities to help us." She looked again at Karina's worn, dirty clothes. "I take it you won't agree to change before we go?" "No, I won't." "Very well. We'll leave in 5 minutes or so. Reese, please keep our guest entertained until then." Langley rose and left the room. Karina picked up a gnawed rib and nibbled at the remnants of meat that clung to it, speculating what the kid might do. Harmon still hovered in the background, so Reese would probably have to follow his mother's order. It looked like Langley ran the show, and if Reese didn't do as he was told, the matriarch would soon hear about it. Reese looked about as uncomfortable as Karina had ever seen anyone look. After a few moments he said, "She isn't as bad as she comes across, you know." Karina put down her rib bone and gave a short laugh. "You mean your mum? That's some compliment. Not as bad as she comes across. I hope someone says that about me one day." She pushed back her chair and stood up, wiping her greasy hands on her pants. She glanced at the kid, who seemed to be chewing over her words. She'd been planning on ignoring the spoiled brat, but she reasoned that it wouldn't hurt to have a young, impressionable ally. "So what's this mech battle we're going to?" "Mechs battling, I guess." Reese's eyes lit up, either due to the mention of the event or Karina's willingness to speak to him. "It isn't exactly mechs. That would be boring. It's new inventions, especially for fighting." "You mean like weaponized armor?" Karina had heard of armor that was more like an exoskeleton and had weapons attached. Equipment like that had a place in some battles, but it wasn't generally used in the military. It was too bulky and it had marginally slower reaction times. A soldier in a mech suit was slower than a soldier in regular armor. "Sometimes it's kind of like that," Reese replied. "But you never know what it'll be until the competitors come into the pit. That's the fun of it. They can wear almost whatever they like. There are only a few rules. They can't use anything that might be dangerous to the audience, like explosives or projectiles, but that's about it." Karina's interest was no longer feigned. She'd been in plenty of engagements. The idea of watching newly invented mechs fighting sounded interesting. "So who controls them?" "I don't know, to be honest. Men and women. That isn't important, is it? There are a few major sponsors of the battles. I guess they pay the fighters to compete." "How dangerous is it?" Karina asked, imagining the fighters were probably ex-soldiers or mercs. "Oh, pretty dangerous. People have died. It's rare that a fighter doesn't have to retire from the match due to injury." Karina doubted the competitors were only paid a set fee. She had encountered similar arrangements on other worlds. Usually the fighters received a percentage of the house's take, and there was always gambling at such events. The fighters would be betting on themselves too. "How do they tell who's won?" "That's easy. You know the winner when the first mech is incapacitated. As soon as a competitor can't fight back, the match is over." "Should be interesting," Karina said, giving Reese a conspiratorial wink. He grinned. It looked like she might have made a friend. For her second journey by hover transport, Karina was allowed to sit up front. Her short conversation with Reese had persuaded her to ditch her oppositional stance. Her defiance would only work against her. If Langley Dirksen believed she was on the verge of joining the Dirksens, she might become less vigilant. A woman Karina hadn't seen before sat at the front of the vehicle, controlling it. Behind her sat Langley and her son. Harmon sat next to Karina on the back seat. "I never heard of Dirksens living on this planet," she remarked. "I thought it was neutral territory." "We were forced to move here after the Shurers began to expand their range," Langley replied. "As far as I know, they aren't aware we've taken control of Ostalon, and that's how we'd like to keep it." What had she meant by taking control of Ostalon? If the Dirksens' methods were like the Shurers, they'd probably enacted a military coup of the planet's government or governments, imposing harsh taxes on businesses and individuals and recruiting local thugs into a militia, turning them against their own people and encouraging them to support themselves with protection money. She shuddered. There was no way she wanted to help the Dirksens, even to get back at the Shurers who had allowed her mother's evil treatment. However, she didn't mention her feelings to Langley. "What's your role in the Dirksen clan, if you don't mind my asking?" "My, what a polite question," Langley replied. "I thought you could be nice if you tried. Well, I guess you might call me one of the inner circle. I'm responsible for many of the larger businesses, which is why I was very interested to hear about you." She turned in her seat to look Karina in the eyes. "Believe me, you could have received much worse treatment from some of my associates. Some would want revenge for the offences we've suffered at the hands of the Shurers in recent times. They would love the opportunity for someone to bear the brunt of their anger." Luckily for you, and I think for the rest of my clan too, you fell into my hands. Others might not understand how valuable you are to us unharmed and compliant. You would be wise to remember that if you aren't agreeable, I won't be able to protect you from the rest of my clan forever." Karina broke eye contact with the matriarch to look out of the transport's window. Already she was under the threat of violence, torture, and whatever else the Dirksens had in store. So much for Langley's fine words. The lights of the towers of the metropolis rose in the distance, a multicoloured kaleidoscope. Hover transports moved across the city, shifting the pattern. Has Ostalon always been this high-tech, or has it developed since the Dirksens' arrival? Langley had turned to face forward once more. Ostalon has changed almost beyond recognition over the last few cycles. My clan generally hate to live in backward places without modern conveniences. Of course, some aspects of the older culture cling on. You'll see one example of it tonight. On our other stronghold worlds, the mech battle would never be allowed. It's far too uncivilized, but it's such a popular sport on Ostalon, it would have been counterproductive to outlaw it. Besides, it allows the population to vent some of the natural aggression they feel in response to our takeover. By the time they arrived at the mech battle stadium, Karina's curiosity had risen further. If the contest was as riotous as Langley implied, she might have an opportunity to slip away. A crowd was a good place to hide. She was glad she hadn't changed into the fine clothes offered to her, which would have made her easier to spot. They went through a private entrance in the back of the stadium directly into a small, empty box that overlooked a wide, dusty, very deep pit. The stadium was split into halves, with 2 tall walls separating the sides. Some of the audience was in the pit, though they were being rapidly evacuated, and the sideshows set up at the edges were being dismantled. Though no fighting was yet taking place, the noise of the crowd was deafening. 20 to 30,000 people were present. Harmon shut the door to the box and stood in front of it, his bulk almost covering its entire frame. The woman who had controlled the transport also remained in the box, sitting next to Karina. Langley had taken out an interface she was consulting, and Reese sat at the front of the box, peering into the pit. A compere spoke from somewhere Karina couldn't see, announcing the first battle would commence in 5 minutes. Reese asked his mother, shouting over the hubbub, "Who are you betting on tonight?" "Spear Corps," she replied. "They did very well last time." "Go Spear Corps!" exclaimed Reese, returning his gaze to the pit. The ground shook, and what Karina had taken to be walls on each side of the stadium split down the center. The walls were massive gates, and through them strode the most amazing mech fighting machines she had ever seen. Chapter 6. Parthenia was so tired she could barely stay upright. Darius had fallen asleep long ago as she carried him. He was resting against her back, and she struggled to hold on to his relaxed body. He seemed ready to slip off at any moment. It was so dark she could only just make out the shapes of the vegetation, yet she had continued walking long after sunset, too frightened to stop and lie down to sleep. The narrow track they'd been following had disappeared in the darkness, and she was going wherever she could pass between the trees. As dusk had fallen, the noises of the forest had grown louder. Things were moving around her. Were they following her? Nothing had drawn close, yet. Were the night creatures only waiting for her to stop before they pounced? Her legs felt like they were on the verge of collapsing. She had passed what she'd thought had been the end of her strength hours ago. It was pure fear that kept her putting one foot in front of the other. Thorns had torn her dress to rags. Wherever her clothing caught on one, she no longer stopped to remove it. She pulled herself free roughly, heedless of tears. She'd walked tens of kilometers, she guessed, farther than she'd ever walked. The forest had to be huge, unless she'd only walked in circles. She shook her head. She had to stop thinking about that and concentrate on reaching the end of the woods. Why hadn't Karina sent to her? She couldn't understand it. Had her sister decided to abandon her family? Parthenia knew that she and her siblings were a lot of bother. They weren't tough like Karina. They'd been coddled all their lives and didn't know how to do hardly anything for themselves. Perhaps Karina had decided she would be better off without them. It was true. She would be better off without them. Parthenia had promised herself she wouldn't cry. Her arms were so tired from holding Darius's legs they trembled. Her back ached from bending over to prevent him from falling. Her leg muscles throbbed. She was also painfully hungry and thirsty. She wanted to be brave, but as she accepted that Karina might never come for them, tears spilled down her cheeks. It seemed so unfair. She couldn't believe that after all their efforts to escape, from their dash through the corridors of the flagship Nightfall under fire, through the long chilly days aboard the shuttle, to being suddenly transported to the middle of nowhere on a remote planet, everything would end for her and Darius on their first night by themselves. She wished they'd been able to stay with the others. She wouldn't have minded so much if she'd been with her family, but wishing wasn't going to change anything. Parthenia had reached her limit. She was now walking so slowly she was barely moving. Whether she stopped or not, the night creatures could catch them. The night creatures could catch them if they wanted. She might as well stop, she guessed. "Don't worry, Parthenia," said Darius sleepily. "Karina will come soon." "I didn't know you were awake," Parthenia replied, comforted by the sound of her brother's voice close to her ear. "Yes, I woke up. I want to get down now." Parthenia bent her knees and Darius slipped off her back. The relief was wonderful. She stretched her arms. "It's dark," said Darius. He moved closer and wrapped his arms around her. "It's still night time," Parthenia replied. "Can you walk now? We should keep moving." "Do we have some water yet?" "No, but we've walked a long way. We must be nearly out of the forest now. If we carry on walking, we might find a house soon, and we can ask the people who live there for a drink." It was odd how trying to be positive for Darius's sake made her feel better. She thought she could manage to go a little farther now she was relieved of her brother's weight. The little boy looked around. "Okay." He took her hand and they set off again. Darius's hand was cold. Parthenia was cold too, despite her physical exertion. That was another reason to keep going. If they stopped moving, they might become dangerously chilled. "What's that?" Darius asked. He was pointing off to his left. Parthenia looked in the same direction, but all she could see was the black shadows of trees. "I don't know what you're looking at. What can you see?" "There's a light over there. Is it the house where we can get water?" "A light? Where?" "Right there," the little boy replied pedantically, as if his sister was stupid. "I can't." Parthenia squatted down to her brother's level and followed the direction of his gaze. He was right. Through a gap in the vegetation, a small blue light shined steadily in the distance. She hadn't been able to see it, but Darius was short enough to see the space. She gripped her brother's arms tightly. "It is a light! Good job, Darius! Good job! Let's go there, shall we?" "Yes, Let's get some water. Travelling in the direction of the light proved hard, however. The trees were clumped together more tightly that way than any other, and they lost sight of the light several times as they went along. Trying to head toward the blue glow involved pushing past thick ferns and bushes, resulting in many scratches for both of them. At one point, they lost sight of the tiny light entirely, and Parthenia almost gave up hope of ever finding it again. They were forced to double back a long way and try a different route. Eventually, though, the tree trunks and undergrowth thinned out, and the blue spot grew nearer. As the wide landscape became more visible, Parthenia realized the beam was shining from the top of a tower, and the base of the tower was somewhere below the level of the forest. In his eagerness to reach the light and the water he desperately wanted, Darius let go of her hand and ran ahead. "Darius!" Parthenia called. "Stop! Wait for me!" Her brother didn't answer. "Darius! Stop!" Her brother gave a gasp and cried out. "Darius!" Parthenia rushed forward. Somewhere in front of her, vegetation was being smashed by a falling body. It was as she'd feared. They'd reached a ridge, and her brother had run right over the edge. "Darius!" she called down. All she could see was the dark shadows of trees. "Parthenia! Help! Where are you?" She stepped gingerly down the steep slope, holding a branch to prevent herself from sliding on the loose, dry leaves. "I'm here." "Hold on! Don't move! I'm coming to get you!" Parthenia eased down the incline, heading toward her brother's voice. "Keep talking so I can find you." "I'm here! Here! Despite the dire circumstances, Parthenia almost smiled. "That's good! Don't stop!" "Here I am! Here I am! Here I am!" Darius echoed his own words several more times, his tone becoming more sing-song as he went along. Parthenia finally saw her brother clinging to some tree roots. The spot he was at was particularly steep. She wasn't sure how to reach him, and if he let go of the roots to try to climb up to her, he would probably slide away. "You found me!" he exclaimed. "Yes, but don't move, okay? Don't let go." "Okay." "Are you all right? Have you hurt anything?" "I bumped my leg. It hurts a bit." "Okay, just hold on. I'm going to try to get down to you, but don't let go until I say so." Parthenia had an idea. If she went on all fours and crawled backward down the slope, she thought she could reach her brother and he could climb onto her. Then she could carry on moving slowly downward until they hopefully encountered an area that was less steep. Her plan worked at first. She reached Darius, though the rough ground hurt her knees and hands. But as soon as her brother let go of the root he was holding and tried to climb onto her, he fell again. Parthenia shouted and tried to grab him, and then suddenly she was falling too. She slithered down the coarse surface, hitting bushes and vines, bouncing from tree trunks, until finally, mercifully, all her motion ceased. Dazed, it took Parthenia a moment to take in her surroundings. She was at the bottom of a muddy ditch, and the slope she had come down was dark and shadowy above her. For the first time that night, she could see the wide, starry sky. "Parthenia!" Darius called. "Where are you?" "Here," she replied. "Where are you?" To her amazement, Darius came walking along the bottom of the ditch toward her. He didn't seem to have been seriously harmed by his rapid descent. "We fell," he said. "Are you hurt?" Parthenia moved her arms and legs. She hadn't broken anything as far as she could tell, but when she tried to stand, she gave a small scream and fell over. She had done something to her right ankle. "I think I did hurt myself, Darius. Can you help me?" Her brother came closer and she put her arm over his shoulders. They were both coated in evil-smelling mud from the ditch. Parthenia hoped there was someone at the tower who would help them. Neither of them were in a position to go any farther tonight, and if they didn't get water or food soon, things would look very bad. Neither of them were in a position to go any farther tonight, and if they didn't get water or food soon, things would look very bad. The smooth black silhouette of the tower and its blue light were easy to spot against the stars, but it was not so easy to reach. They walked, or rather Parthenia hopped, along the ditch, but there didn't seem to be any way out of it. They were forced to scale its slippery side. Parthenia pushed Darius up to the top of the edge, putting her weight on her good leg so he could climb over to the ground above. Then, after several tries, she managed to climb out too. She stood on one leg, leaning on her brother's shoulder. Behind them, the forest overshadowed the sky. Parthenia could just make out black shapes flying above it. She shivered and turned in the other direction. The land was flatter, though still quite wild. The tower was the only building she could see, and it displayed the only artificial light for kilometers around. She wondered what purpose it served. They were very lucky Darius had seen it. "Let's go and ask the people for some water," Darius urged. Parthenia partly walked, partly hopped beside him as they made their way through rough scrub to the base of the tower. The building was about as wide as a house, but stood 7 or 8 stories tall. She couldn't see an entrance. Her heart sank, but then she realized she was being stupid. Propping herself up with one hand on the cold polished stone of the tower wall, she hopped around it to the other side, Darius trailing behind her. Darius trailing. There was the entrance. A metal door was flush with the wall, following its curve. A small light shined above the door, but otherwise there was no other ornament save for a security pad. Her throat tight, Parthenia pressed the key on the pad. She feared there might be no answer, and yet she also feared who might answer if there was. Chapter 7. The mechs strode powerfully into the pit, their steps shaking the floor of the box where Karina sat. She had never before seen anything even resembling the mechanical fighting machines that were about to do battle. She could just make out their human operators ensconced in control centers in the mech's chests. Thick metal walls protected the chambers, and the windows were narrow slits, allowing the operators limited real-life visuals of their surroundings. Karina guessed the control centers held interface screens that relayed data from sensors as well as feedback from the mech systems. The windows were a last resort if the mech sensors were destroyed. The machines stood roughly 2 stories tall. If it hadn't been for their massive size and power, they might almost have been caricatures of the kind of mechs Karina knew. As a merc, she'd operated the exoskeletons aboard her banned ship, the Duchess, but their machines had been antiquated and mostly used for handling supplies. Though they were fitted with weapons, no one would have dared to fight in them. That had been one of the disadvantages of fighting for a commercial outfit, making do with outdated equipment. Remembering her life as a merc, Karina looked forward to the day she never had to fight again. She would be happy if she could only reunite her little family and keep them safe. Yet these 2 metal monsters interested her. It was easy to see why the crowd was wild with anticipation. The battle would be spectacular. Even Langley was flushed with excitement. Her eyes were bright as she gazed at the mechs. Her fingers quickly skimmed her interface, placing her bets. Karina wondered how much ill-gotten credit the Dirksen matriarch was frittering away. It was no wonder the clan had decided not to stamp out the mech battles. The contest was a gambler's dream. The chances of winning a bet were probably around 50%. It wouldn't make sense to stage battles where the opponents weren't evenly matched. Of course, the chances of losing were around 50% too, but that part of the equation was rarely considered. Also, the outcome might not be clear until the final moment. Bets probably continued throughout the battle, odds rising and lowering according to the performance of each mech. Once more, Karina wondered who those barely visible faces inside the great mechanical beasts belonged to. It was possible a successful fighter could retire on his or her winnings from one battle. Though the arena only seated a few tens of thousands of people, the spectacle was no doubt being broadcast, and the betting could be planet-wide. The mechs were moving their various parts, apparently checking all their systems were working before the battle commenced. It was all for show, of course. No fighter in their right minds would enter the pit without performing extensive checks. No, the motions were all intended to bring the crowd to a frenzy and prompt them to lay out even more money. The preparations were having their desired effect too. The audience was so loud, Karina could barely hear herself think. The stadium seemed to vibrate with the noise of shouting, and the battle hadn't even begun. The mechs began to circle the pit. Karina had been expecting Langley to check on her reaction to the event. Langley probably wanted her to appreciate the old woman's generosity in bringing her, but the matriarch was so intent on the battle she ignored her. Langley's gaze only switched from her interface to the pit and back again. Harmon wasn't equally entranced. As he stood at the back of the box in front of its exit, he stared at Karina, his hands folded in front of him, formidable. She scowled at the burly thug. He was definitely going to be the biggest obstacle to her escape. On her right sat the transport driver, looking bored. A great metallic crash sounded from the pit. She had missed the beginning of the battle. The gigantic mechs were gripping each other with their enormous pincer-like grabbers. They grappled, their massive gears straining with the effort. Hisses and screeches and the noise of bending metal sounded through the stadium, and the crowd roared. One mech was slowly overpowering the other, forcing it over to one side. Karina guessed that a way to win was to force the opponent to fall over. Gravity would confer a big advantage, allowing the still-standing mech to crush the other. A prone position might expose vulnerable areas too. But in this case, the mech that seemed to be losing didn't fall. It managed to disengage and twisted away so fast its attacker nearly overbalanced. The mech's bending to one side had been a feint, and it had nearly worked. But the attacking mech pulled back in time to remain upright. "Oh!" exclaimed Langley, her fingers moving over her interface. Had she bet on the duped mech? When Karina peered more closely at the machines in the pit, she could make out spear core across the faux head of the attacking mech. Out of curiosity, she spied out the name of its opponent, Pyreco. It was another name that was meaningless to her. The two were probably major conglomerates on the planet and perhaps the territory. The Pyreco mech swung its pincer up at the spear core mech's head and connected with such force it bent backward. The crowd gave a massive "Oh!" Despite the whirring of gears and sounds of protesting metal, the spear core operator couldn't straighten the head. It wasn't serious damage, Karina guessed. A mech rarely used its head for fighting, but the effect would be to unbalance the machine. Now the spear core mech was much more vulnerable to toppling over. It responded by immediately grabbing the Pyreco mech in a fierce clinch. At close quarters, it was much more difficult to overbalance your opponent. Spearcore drove Pyako against the wall of the stadium. The audience in that section surged in a panic to get away from the gigantic machines, though the pit was beneath their feet. By this time, Reese was leaning over the edge of the box and yelling at the top of his voice. If he leaned much farther, he would be in danger of falling out. A cataclysmic crash came from the pit. Pyako was down. Spearcore, its head bent weirdly backward, rained blows on its opponent. Pyako tried repeatedly to rise, but each time Spearcore was too fast and beat the mech down again. It was painful to watch the fallen mech's movements. Though it was just a machine and its operator probably wasn't in a lot of danger, its desperate efforts to escape were almost pitiful. "Yes!" exclaimed Langley, clutching her interface in sweaty palms. "Yes! Hit it! Hit it! Hit it!" "Go Spearcore!" roared Reese, now standing upright, his fists beating the air. "Spearcore are the best!" Pyako didn't give up, even though it was clearly beaten. Karina wondered if there was a cost to losing other than humiliation. The operator might have overextended themselves financially with their bets. Another explanation for Pyako's tenacity was the battle was staged and the outcome preordained. If Pyako was being paid to take a dive, its defeat had to look convincing or the punters would suspect. Spearcore ceased hitting the prone mech. After a moment's checking that there really was no more life in its opponent, the mech raised its pincers to the sky. This time the response from the crowd was so loud, Karina actually covered her ears. The stadium gates opened and Spearcore strode triumphantly out. Pyako was in no condition to leave so easily. Transport zoomed through the other gate and hovered around the fallen mech. People in overalls jumped out onto the massive limbs and torso of the mechanical monster and walked over it, assessing the damage. It would take a while to remove the machine from the pit now it was immobile. Karina asked Langley's driver, "Do we leave soon?" "Leave?" the woman replied. "That was only the first match. There's another 4 to go yet." "4 more," Karina said. "We'll be here all night." "Exactly." The driver rolled her eyes and yawned, covering her mouth. Although the mech battle had been somewhat interesting, Karina didn't relish the idea of sitting through another 4. She looked at Harmon, who didn't seem to have taken his eyes off her the entire time. She sighed. It was going to be a long night. The battles that followed weren't very much different from the first. Spearcore fought in 2 of them. The winner of the first battle had to face newcomers until it lost. From what Karina could understand, if a mech won all 5 battles, it received an additional payout. By the time the 3rd engagement arrived, however, Spearcore was too battered to put up much of a fight. Its unbalanced head proved its undoing when it was toppled within a minute of the battle's beginning. Langley looked crestfallen at the result, but she wanted to stay and watch the remaining 2 battles nevertheless. Reese quickly switched allegiance to the winning mech as soon as it looked like it was all over for Spearcore. To Karina's relief, the end of the 5th battle finally arrived. The mechanics entered on their transports to see to the removal of the losing mech. Karina expected that Langley would finally be ready to leave, but the Dirksen woman remained in her seat. Reese turned around and said, "Can we go now, Mother? No one will notice." "Don't be ridiculous," Langley snapped. "Of course they'll notice. When will you ever learn the importance of appearances in these matters?" "What's happening?" Karina asked the driver. "What are we waiting for?" "Ugh, just some stupid Ostilonian ritual," she replied. "It only takes a few minutes." Karina watched with mild interest to see what the ritual entailed. The fallen mech was being dismantled on the field as it couldn't be repaired sufficiently to make its own way out. During the time she'd visited new worlds in her travels as a merc, she'd only ever spent brief episodes planet-side. Her band, the Black Dogs, would do their job and leave as quickly as they'd arrived. So Karina had never been allowed time to learn about the worlds and their people. She'd heard of various religions over the years, but she'd never gotten to know much about them. When a young woman wearing ceremonial robes walked out into the centre of the pit, Karina stood up for a better view. The woman squatted down and took some items out of a bag. First, she piled up sticks as if to make a fire, and then she took out a metal bowl. After pouring clear liquid into the bowl from a bottle, she grabbed a little soil from the ground and sprinkled it in. Karina frowned, wondering what the woman was doing. Was she going to cook something? She looked again. Although she was watching from a great height, Karina could swear the woman was filing something made of metal, so the particles also fell into the bowl. Her heart seemed to stop. Could it be possible? It couldn't be. She had to be mistaken. But then the priestess took a fragment of a dry twig and also filed it over the bowl. She was adding sawdust to the liquid too. It was all Karina could do to remain upright and not allow Langley or Reese to see her shock as the woman in the pit lit the fire. She was making elixir, right there in front of the entire crowd. Was it possible no one knew what she was doing? Was the woman herself aware? After making the elixir, the woman lifted the bowl with tongs and held it up to the crowd. They murmured some kind of prayer Karina couldn't make out. Langley and Reese said nothing. Then the woman tipped out the elixir onto the ground of the pit. Mech battle was over, and Karina was left with a mystery the likes of which she'd never known. Chapter 8. The man said he was a ranger. Parthenia wasn't exactly sure what a ranger did, but she assumed he worked in the land that lay around the tower. When the man had opened the tower door, she'd taken a step back. He was so tall, and his hair and beard were so black and shaggy, he looked for a moment like a big, black, wild animal. Of course, it had only been the darkness and her exhaustion that had made her think so. When he'd spoken, his voice had been gentle after his initial surprise. He'd noticed her limping and offered to carry her up the stairs that wound around the tower's interior wall, apologizing for the lack of an elevator. "I'm alone out here. If I lost power, I'd be stuck," he explained. Parthenia had declined his offer and made her way up the spiral staircase with Darius's help. Now, sitting in the round room the ranger had brought them to, she could finally relax. Or could she? It suddenly occurred to her that the man would want to know why she and Darius were by themselves in the middle of nowhere. All the time they'd been wandering through the forest, she'd only thought about the danger they were in and wondered what had happened to Karina and the others, or what might happen if they didn't get to safety. She hadn't thought up a story to explain their presence here if they found someone they could ask for help. Parthenia had no idea what the clan allegiance of the planet was. If Ostalon were under the hegemony of the Shurers, there was no way she could let it be known she was a member of that family. If she did, their rescuer's first move would be to return her and Darius to their clan as soon as possible, regardless of anything she said. Although she was nearly an adult, Darius was still a child, but, more pertinently, the ranger would want to avoid upsetting the rulers of that world. He wasn't pressing for answers just yet, thankfully. He was bringing them food. "I'll turn on the heating," he said. "You two look frozen." The drinks he'd placed in front of them steamed. When Darius made a grab for his, the ranger cautioned, "Not yet, little one. Let it cool down first." "Oh, please," Darius said, his brown eyes pleading. "Can I have some water?"
"Of course," the man replied. "I'll get you some right away. Just a moment."
He went over to the small kitchen area and poured out a glass of water. The circular room was multi-purpose. Parthenia and Darius sat on a small sofa in the living area. The ranger had put down their food on a knee-high table in front of them. The rest of the room, apart from the kitchenette, was taken up with a range of equipment, most of which Parthenia didn't recognize. She guessed the ranger used it in his work. While Darius was gulping down his water, the ranger went to a control panel near the staircase.
"There,"
he said, after pressing the screen.
"It'll be toasty in here soon. You would like some water too, I guess?"
he asked Parthenia. "I would, please," she replied. She'd been thinking up and rejecting one story about their background after another. She had to make up something plausible, and she wished she had more time. If only she'd used the hours they'd been wandering in the forest more sensibly.
"Are you in pain?"
the ranger asked, bringing her some water. "I am," she replied, seizing the opportunity to delay his inevitable questions. "I hurt my ankle."
"Of course you did," said the man. "I was forgetting. I don't get many visitors out here. You two have taken me by surprise. Let me wash your leg, then I can take a look."
Parthenia's legs and most of the rest of her were covered in mud. Darius also had a thick, brown, smelly coating. They were both disgusting, in fact. The ranger filled a bowl with warm water and brought it over to the sofa along with a washcloth. He removed her mud-caked shoe. Her foot was grimy. As he washed away the dirt from her ankle, the skin that emerged was puffy and purple. The ranger gently prodded it, causing her to wince. Now she could see her injury. It seemed to throb more painfully.
"Can you move your toes?"
the ranger asked. She tried. She managed to wiggle them all, though it hurt her to do it. The ranger said,
"How about your ankle? Can you move that?"
She gently lifted her foot upward. "Ow!"
"Okay, don't try any more. I don't think it's broken. I have a treatment cell we can put your foot into overnight while you sleep. It'll detect any fractures and it'll speed up the healing process."
"Are you a splicer?" Darius asked. He was regarding the ranger over the rim of his mug of hot drink.
"No, or I don't think so," the man replied. "What's a splicer?"
Parthenia's stomach tightened. They were getting into dangerous territory. If Darius used words that weren't used in Ostalon, the man would know they were from off-planet. "Someone who helps people when they're sick," Darius replied.
"You mean a medic," said the man.
"No," said Darius. "I mean a—" "That's right," Parthenia interrupted and turned to Darius. "A medic. That's what you mean." She went on, "He's only 6. He gets confused sometimes." "No, I don't," Darius exclaimed indignantly. "I mean a—" "Be quiet, Darius," Parthenia snapped.
"Darius,"
the ranger said.
"That's a nice name."
Damn it. She cursed herself for making yet another stupid mistake. She should have thought up fake names for both of them. Her clan was probably searching everywhere for them. How many Dariuses travelling with Parthenias could there be? Yet she couldn't give the ranger a false name for herself now without Darius reacting and making it obvious she was lying. To avoid delaying the inevitable, she said with a heavy heart, "I'm Parthenia."
"Another nice name,"
the ranger said. He didn't show any signs of recognition, she noted with some relief. It was something to be grateful for. But she knew now the ranger knew their real names, they had to leave as soon as they possibly could. They must also give no indication of where they were going. News of the missing Shura children would probably arrive soon, and then the ranger would be bound to remember them.
"I'm Jace,"
he said, still gently examining her ankle.
"So, what are—"
"Ouch!" Parthenia exclaimed, though Jace hadn't actually hurt her. She only wanted to stall him a little longer. What could she tell him about what they were doing here?
"Oh, I'm sorry," he said.
He stood and wiped dirt from his hands with the wet cloth.
"Your ankle's clean enough now anyway. Would you two like to wash off the rest of that mud?"
She readily agreed to delaying the moment she would have to spin her tale. She also welcomed the opportunity to prep Darius so he wouldn't give away she was lying.
"The bathroom is on the next level,"
Jace said apologetically. "That's okay," Parthenia said. "I can manage." With Darius's help, she hopped over to the stairway, which continued to wind around the wall of the room before disappearing into a hole in the ceiling. Jace led them up the stairs to the next floor. This room was his bedroom, and above the kitchenette on the floor below was a bathroom. He found 2 clean shirts for them to wear and told them he would wash their dirty clothes, though Parthenia wasn't sure her dress was worth the effort. It was mostly rags. The ranger descended the stairs and she went with Darius into the bathroom. As she helped her brother to wash off all the mud, she quietly explained to him that she might have to tell Jace some things that weren't true. "But it's wrong to lie," Darius protested. "It is, usually," she replied. "But sometimes we have to lie. Like if telling a lie stops someone from being hurt, then it's okay." "Is it?" "Yes, it is. You know you can't tell anyone about being a mage, don't you? If someone asked you if you could cast, you would say no. That's lying, right? This is similar. We can't tell Jace who we are or where we're from. If we do, we might end up being hurt. Or someone we love could be hurt. You wouldn't want that, would you?" "No, I wouldn't," Darius replied emphatically. "Then if you hear me say something you know isn't true, you mustn't jump in and deny it, okay?" Parthenia finished helping her brother dry himself and then put a shirt on him before sending him out to wait for her while she washed. She undressed and hopped into the shower. It was a very basic kind and it had no blower, so you had to dry yourself with towels, but she didn't care. Washing away the disgusting mud was blissful, even though it made all her cuts and scrapes sting. She was bruised and scratched head to toe, and when she washed her hair, the rinse water ran brown. She wondered what Mother would have made of her and her brother if she'd seen them as filthy and dishevelled as the poorest village children. Then she cried, because she knew her mother wouldn't have minded at all. It had been their father who would be driven to a rage by messy hair or a besmirched face. She missed Mother so much. When she was clean and dry, she put on the shirt Jace had given her and hopped out of the bathroom. Darius had disappeared. Gripped by fear he was telling Jace their life histories, she hopped in the direction of the stairs, but in her haste she stumbled and fell. Then she noticed a stick propped against the bathroom wall that hadn't been there before. Thinking it was probably for her, she took it and used it to help her walk to the stairs. "Darius," she called. "Are you down there?"
"He's eating,"
Jace replied.
"Do you need some help coming down?"
"No, I'll be fine." Parthenia went carefully from step to step, the warm air of the living area wafting up to her welcomingly. Darius watched as she came down. He didn't look troubled or guilty, so she guessed he hadn't said anything he shouldn't have. His cheeks were bulging with food.
"Feeling better?"
Jace asked. "Yes, lots," she replied. "Thank you for helping us. I don't know what we would have done if we hadn't found you."
"It's no problem. Though I have to say you're the first 2 young waifs who have ever walked out of the woods around here as far as I know."
"How did you know we came from the forest and not from the other direction?" Parthenia asked. This was it. She was going to have to tell Jace the story she'd made up while she was in the shower. She doubted it was very convincing, but it was the best she had.
"I guess that was where you got your scratches. Not many thorns in the scrub around here. You fell down the forest ridge into the ditch, right?"
"We did," she conceded. That part of her story was true. I guess you must be wondering what we were doing there.
I was, actually. The forest belongs to the Dirksens. It was lucky for you came here and found me before you were picked up by one of their gamekeepers. There are severe penalties for trespassing on Dirksen land, or worse still, you could have been mistaken for game and shot. How did you end up in there?
The forest belonged to the Dirksens, so the Shura rivals controlled Ostalon. Parthenia didn't know whether that was good or bad news for her and her mage siblings. Well, Parthenia, can you hear me? Jace was looking at her expectantly. Parthenia! It was Fern. He was sending at just about the worst possible moment. She had to answer him.
Is something wrong?
Jace asked. Parthenia wailed and covered her face. She pretended to sob. It was the only thing she could think of to do that would give her space to reply. I hear you. Are you okay? Is Oriana with you? We're all right. We only just managed to make some elixir. How are you and Darius? We're okay, but I don't know where we are. I can't speak right now. Darius put an arm over her shoulders, consoling her, not knowing she was speaking to Fern. Okay, I'll send again in an hour, Fern said. Then he was gone. Her relief at hearing from her brother was so great she really did cry a little, which helped to maintain her subterfuge. She wiped her eyes. Sorry, we had a terrible time today. I was explaining what we were doing in the forest, wasn't I? Well, Fern was okay, and so was Oriana, and they'd managed to make elixir. Parthenia felt a massive weight drop from her as she told Jace her story. With luck, she and Darius would be able to reunite with their siblings tonight. But what had happened to Karina? That was a mystery that remained to be solved. Chapter 9. Harmon woke Karina up by prodding her and stepping away as she came around. He was clearly trying to avoid being punched again. After the mech battle had ended and they returned to Langley's estate in the early hours of the morning, she had spent a couple of hours working toward her escape before finally falling exhausted into bed. She'd scraped away some of the mortar between the bricks in the wall, but it would take her several days to create a hole large enough for her to crawl through. She had only slept a few hours before Harmon came in to wake her. Langley Dirksen was giving her no respite. She guessed the older woman didn't want to leave her to her own devices for too long, knowing she would be doing her utmost to leave. It was wise of Langley, but Karina was determined to get out soon nevertheless. The longer she remained here, the more agitated the Dirksen matriarch would become at her refusal to comply with her demands, and the temptation to force the issue would increase. Karina knew only too well what that might entail. She also wanted to leave because she was worried about her siblings. She couldn't stop wondering where they were and what they were doing. They could be in dire danger, and there wasn't anything she could do about it, or at least not while Langley Dirksen had her locked up. She also wanted to find out more about the ritual she'd witnessed the previous evening. What it meant she had no idea, but it had to mean something. After a breakfast during which neither Langley nor Reese appeared, they were apparently free to sleep in after their late night. Harmon told Karina she had the freedom of the first floor of the house, though she was never to leave his sight. So, her shadow in tow, Karina spent an hour wandering through the mansion's rooms. She didn't bother hiding the fact she was trying to find escape routes, and relished the look of frustrated anger her behaviour provoked in Harmon. She guessed he expected her to be more cowed by his presence. Each room she entered, she checked the windows, examined the ceilings, and looked for secret doors. Though she'd never been inside such a luxurious residence before, she'd read that secret doors and passages were often found in such places. The mansion contained rooms that appeared to have been unused for years. Lounges full of dusty furniture, playrooms stocked with piles of toys, a hollow room with 20 seats for viewing vids, and an expansive bare room that seemed to be for large gatherings like parties or dances. Most of the rooms had a stale, neglected air. Karina also wandered into the staff area. When she went into the kitchen, the man and woman working there were alarmed by her presence. She quickly checked the place over. Here she would find something she could use to create a naked flame, she was sure, and the pot on the windowsill that held a plant would provide the soil she needed. Noting there was no lock on the door, she left. "What about outside?" she asked Harmon as they reached the end of the corridor that led to the entrance hall. "Can I go out into the grounds?"
"What do you think?"
He cocked an eyebrow at her. "There's only one way to find out." She strode toward the front doors. Harmon was quickly behind her. He grabbed her hair and yanked her back.
"Harmon," a voice admonished from the top of the staircase, "please don't treat our guest so roughly."
Langley Dirksen was wearing a loose gown of silky material, and her hair was down around her shoulders. She descended the staircase.
"Good morning, Miss whoever you are."
As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she said,
"Really, I can't go on not knowing your name. Won't you tell me it? Just your first name, so that I have something I can call you."
"Oh, all right," Karina said. "I guess it won't hurt." Langley smiled brightly at her small victory. "You can call me prisoner," said Karina. Langley's expression fell. "Or maybe captive? Detainee." She put a finger to her lips and frowned. "I know. Just call me caged one. That'll do. Or would you prefer slave? It's up to you. I don't mind."
"That isn't funny," Langley Dirksens said.
She looked as though she was about to stamp her foot.
"Why can't you be reasonable? Believe me, you could have things a lot worse. I could give you over to the others in my family. They're asking for you, you know. It's only because you happen to arrive within my jurisdiction, but I can't protect you forever. If I don't show them some results soon, they'll be demanding you. I won't have much choice but to give you to them, and then you'll find the rest of my clan won't be as lenient with you as I have."
Karina didn't doubt that Langley was telling her the truth. The information didn't have its desired effect, however. She only resolved to work harder to escape as soon as she possibly could. "I don't even know what it is you expect me to do. I rescued some kid, so what? I was only doing my job. Nothing extraordinary about that. If you do hand me over to the rest of your evil family, they'll be just as disappointed in me as you are. So let me go." Langley tutted.
"So stubborn. I'm going to eat breakfast. Tonight I'm having a small dinner party. I want you to attend. Perhaps when you meet some of the people who would like you for themselves, you might change your mind. I really am your best option. I hope for your sake you realize that."
Langley insisted on Karina's presence while the older woman went about her daily business. Karina hated sitting around with nothing to do while Langley chatted with business colleagues over vid calls or discussed the management of her estates. By the time the evening arrived, she was simmering with barely controlled anger, partly fueled by plain boredom. Langley sent her up to her room to get ready for the soiree. It was the first time she had been allowed to be alone in her room all day. A selection of fine dresses had been prepared for her. She took great pleasure in ripping them all to shreds and throwing them out into the hall. But taking out her frustration on the dresses did little to appease her feelings. She was furious at being forced to attend the coming social event like a performing animal, and she had devised a plan that would result in her leaving at its earliest stages. When Harmon witnessed her destruction of the dresses, he followed her into the suite, strode over and stood in front of her, his fists clenched. He managed to restrain himself, however. He only pushed her down, marched out and closed and locked the door. She leapt up and ran into her bedroom. She had a short time before she would have to go down to the party. She closed the bedroom door and pulled the bed away from the wall. Taking up the base of the metal ornament she'd left there, she carried on scraping away at the mortar between the bricks. If she could escape into the next room, she might be able to go from there to the kitchen where she could create elixir. As she worked, she thought of Langley's son, Reese. The kid hadn't appeared all day. She guessed he usually avoided his mother's company. That's certainly what she would have done in his position. She doubted she would see him that evening either. After 10 minutes, she heard the main door to the suite open. She jumped up and pushed her bed into position, throwing herself onto it just in time as Harmon opened the bedroom door. He frowned, seeming to sense she'd been doing something she shouldn't have. He looked around the room. When he couldn't locate any evidence of subversive behavior, he said,
"Come with me."
She walked across to her guard. It was time for her to party. Her clothes were dirtier and smellier than ever. Good, she thought. Anything she could do to ruin Langley Dirksens' fun and reputation would be worth it. When she arrived in the lounge where Langley was holding her gathering, several guests were already there, richly dressed and adorned with jewellery. Some of the women wore elaborate hairstyles that had probably taken hours for their hairdressers to craft. All the guests turned when Karina entered the room. Their eyes popped and silence fell like a death knell. "Am I in the right place?" she announced loudly. "I was told there was a party here. I love parties." She marched to the nearest group, which consisted of a woman and 2 men standing together, drinks in hand. Their mouths gaped. "You don't mind, do you?" she asked the woman. Taking her drink from her hand, Karina drained it, wiped her mouth on her sleeve and returned the empty glass. "Ugh, that tasted terrible. How could you drink it? What about yours?" She snatched a drink from one of the men and drank it down. "Not bad. Getting better." When she moved to take the other man's drink, he put his hand in front of it protectively and glared at Langley. The matriarch was sitting with 3 women on a sofa and chairs. Her shock at Karina's behaviour quickly turned to fury. She rose to her feet and said coldly to Harmon, "Take her away." Harmon grabbed Karina's upper arm and tried to force her from the room, but she dug her heels into the carpet and resisted. She wasn't going to miss out on the opportunity to get revenge by creating the biggest spectacle she could. "Oh, surely the party isn't over yet. I'm having so much fun." She twisted from Harmon's grasp and dodged past him before running around the edge of the room. As she passed a table spread with food, she grabbed the tablecloth and dragged all the dishes onto the floor. "Whoops!" Gasps came from the guests, along with a few titters. Langley was crimson, Karina noticed with great satisfaction. Then Harmon caught her. Not making the same mistake twice, this time he picked her up and carried her over his shoulder. The man was just too large and strong for her to do much about it. But as she was carried from the room, she lifted her head and waved at the gawping party guests. "So nice to meet you all. Sorry I can't stay." It was in that glimpse that one of the party-goers caught Karina's eye. A woman who was sitting with Langley had an unusual hairstyle. Her hair was wound into a spiral above her head. It wasn't the style that caught Karina's attention so much as the fact that it looked familiar. She was sure she'd seen the woman somewhere before. When they reached the stairs, Harmon climbed them all, still carrying her. He carried her down the hall to her suite, where he threw her on the floor. He left and locked the door, but a few moments later he was back, a satisfied smirk on his face.
I want to thank you for your little performance. Mistress just gave me permission to teach you to behave better. I'm going to enjoy this.
Harmon moved closer, smiling as he reached for her. Not as much as I am, said Karina, punching toward his groin. Harmon caught her fist in his giant paw and twisted, causing her to spin around to avoid a broken wrist. He switched his grip to her forearm and dragged her to her feet. She flew at him, aiming a kick at his knee, but he chopped sideways, the edge of his hand whacking her ear and skull and sending her sprawling. Her ear hurt like a bitch and began to ring. This time she waited for him.
What's wrong? He taunted. Not used to fighting with men?
As he grabbed her arm and lifted his other hand to strike her, she drove an elbow into his thick neck. He dropped her like she was a stick on fire and coughed, nursing his throat. His eyes narrowed and his nostrils flared. Ferocity drove him toward her. She stood her ground, waiting for the last split second before he reached her, then stepped aside, ready to kick him down. He had anticipated her move. Both his arms were stretched out, and she couldn't avoid his grasp. He had her by the waist. In one smooth movement, he scooped her up over his head and threw her down. When she was on the floor, he proceeded to kick her over and over again, grunting with the effort. She curled into a ball and tried to protect herself as well as she could. When Harmon had finished and gone away, she lay still for a while. She checked that none of her bones were broken and she still had all her teeth. Then she got up and went into the bedroom. She figured she would be left alone for the night now, which meant she had many hours to work on removing bricks from the wall. Chapter 10. Pale pre-dawn light was softening the night sky outside her bedroom window by the time Karina wiggled the final brick free. She placed it softly on the rug with all the others. The hole she'd made in the wall that adjoined the next room was narrow, but she estimated it was now wide enough for her to squeeze through. The room beyond was dark, and she hadn't heard any noises from it, not even the steady breathing of someone asleep. She hoped it was empty, and the door leading from it wasn't locked. She gently rubbed dust from her sore, bleeding fingers and bent down to the hole before putting her arms through up to her shoulders. This part of passing through the gap would be the most difficult, except perhaps when it came to her hips. Her head low between her arms, she wriggled forward, twisting her body and easing her shoulders into the narrow space. The edges of the bricks caught on her. She pushed harder with her legs, hoping she wouldn't get stuck. She would hate for Harmon to find her in such a humiliating position. The hard corners bit into her shoulders. She couldn't move forward, and neither could she move backward. She began to regret her impatience at trying to get through the hole. Maybe she should have removed another brick, but she couldn't afford the time it would have taken. If she was going to escape, she had to do it now, while the inhabitants of the estate were asleep. Was Harmon asleep too? Or was he outside her door, wide awake? If he was out in the hall, he would be bound to see her escape from the next room. But he couldn't be. The man had to sleep. If he was outside, she couldn't help it. It was a chance she had to take. After her behaviour at Langley's party, the woman was sure to hand her over to her even nastier cousins today. Perhaps Karina had gone too far the previous evening, but her actions had given her the time she needed to break out of her room. That was if she could break out of her room. She braced her knees against the carpet and pushed as hard as she could. The bricks scraped painfully against her shoulders, but the soreness was no worse than what she already felt due to Harmon's ministrations. The pressure built. She gasped. Her shoulders slipped through. Now she only had to bring the rest of herself into the shadowy room next door. She crawled forward on her elbows until her hips reached the hole. Once more she stuck against the sides. Pulling forward with her forearms and pushing with her toes, she dragged her hips through the gap, wincing as her hip bones ground against the hard surface. She was in the next room. She lay on the floor for a moment, assessing her surroundings. The room was a bedroom like the one she'd just left. The door was in the same place too. She guessed she was in another suite similar to hers, except in a mirrored layout. She got to her feet and tiptoed to the door. After listening at it for a moment, she gently turned the handle and opened it a crack. The next room was dark too, and seemed empty. She walked softly into it and over to the door that led to the hall. Her pulse loud in the quiet of the sleeping house, she slowly turned the door handle, thankful that Langley wasn't as in love with modern conveniences as her brethren. If the door had been automatic, it might only have responded to those who had security clearance on the estate system. A plain mechanical handle suited her fine. As she turned the knob as far as it would go, the door moved. It wasn't locked. Now all she had to do was get downstairs to the kitchen. If she could just have 5 or 10 minutes to herself in there, it would be enough to make elixir, and she could finally set about finding her family. She pulled the door toward her until the gap gave her a narrow view of the hall. Damn! She could see a man's legs sprawling out. He had to be sitting down. She took a closer look. The legs didn't belong to Harmon. This man was smaller and wearing different clothes and shoes. She opened the door wider until she could see the rest of the guard. A light-haired man she hadn't seen before was sitting directly in front of her door. He was asleep. His chin was on his chest, and she could even make out a thin trail of drool. She estimated that about 20 meters of hall lay between her and the stairway. She only had to walk 20 meters without waking the guard to reach the stairs, but she had to walk right past him. There was no time like the present. Dawn was rapidly approaching, and so might Harmon in order to take over from his sub. She opened the door and stepped into the hallway. The rugs in the Dirksen mansion were soft, thick, and perfect for muffling footsteps. Her heart in her throat, she took a step toward the guard and then another, keeping close to the wall. He woke up. She froze. The guard sat upright and stretched. He noticed the drool on his chin and wiped it off. He crossed his arms. She was a statue, waiting for him to look in her direction, or hear her breathing, or the sound of her heart thumping. How come he couldn't hear her heart? It was loud as a drum in her ears. The guard adjusted his position some more and crossed and uncrossed his legs. After a few moments, his eyes closed. A little while later, his head dropped forward. Slowly, one arm slipped down his chest. It was followed by the other until both his arms were hanging down his sides and he was asleep again. She crept past him, forcing herself to go slowly and quietly when all she wanted to do was run. Without looking back, she walked to the top of the stairs. A glance down the hallway told her the guard was still asleep. At the bottom of the stairs, all was dark. She had to hurry. The kitchen staff would probably arrive at their job soon to prepare a fancy breakfast for Langley and her son. She trod lightly down the stairs. Moving quickly through the dark, silent house, she headed toward the kitchen. 10 minutes, that was all she needed. Maybe 5. She could probably make the elixir in 5 minutes if she found all she needed immediately. The kitchen door came into sight. She was nearly there. It wouldn't be locked. The door had no lock. Morning! A figure stepped out from a dark room into the corridor in front of her, barring her way. He walked into the scarce light. It was Reese. Langley's son stood between her and her freedom. "Couldn't sleep?" Reese asked. I suffer from insomnia a bit myself. Pain in the ass, isn't it?" She stared at the young man. He looked different somehow. Perhaps it was due to the half-light, but he looked older and much more sinister. "Where are you going?" Reese asked. He glanced over his shoulder. "The kitchen? Can't wait for breakfast, huh? I guess you might be hungry after you missed the party last night. Mother told me what you did. I wish I'd been there to see it. It sounds hilarious. I would have loved to see all their faces. Pompous, puffed-up lot they are." She was calculating if she could close the distance between them and knock Reese out before he had time to shout and raise the household. Probably not, but she didn't have any other option except to try. "Don't let me get in your way," Reese said. "If you want to eat, eat." He stepped back and waved an arm, motioning for her to pass him. That was when she saw the gun. He'd been holding it casually behind his back. When he saw her look at his weapon, he said, "Oh, don't worry about this. I'm not planning to hurt you." She was confused. If he didn't want to stop her, why was he armed inside his own home? And why didn't he want to stop her? She walked toward the man, not taking her eyes off him. If he was going to allow her free passage, she wasn't about to refuse it. But there was clearly a catch somewhere that she wasn't getting. Cautiously, she walked past him. He had to know she wasn't going to the kitchen because she was hungry. He might not know how she planned to escape from there, given that there were no exit doors, but he had to know that was her intention. When she reached the kitchen door, he said, "You never told us your name. I'd like to know your name." "You don't have any more right to that than you did to lock me up here," she replied. She opened the door. "You're right," Reese said. "You're absolutely right. I told Mother that, but she's used to getting her way. They all are. I'm not like them, you know. I hate them. They're my family, and they've given me everything I could want, but I still hate them. I wish I could come with you. Here, take this." He reached into his pocket and pulled out folded plas paper. When she looked at him distrustingly, wondering if it was a ruse to make her approach him, Reese said, "It's cash. People use it when they don't want their purchases to be traced. You'll need it." She stepped over to him and took the money. "Good luck," said Reese. She took a final look at him. The gangly youth had lost his sinister aspect. He now looked forlorn. His arms drooped at his sides and his weapon dangled from his hand. Had his mother made him patrol the house that night to prevent her escape? Was he defying the matriarch by letting her go? She went into the kitchen and closed the door. Reese Dirksen wasn't her problem. She began to search for what she needed. Chapter 11. Fern arrived in the early hours of the morning, just as Parthenia had asked him to when he sent to her for the second time. She'd been terrified that her brother would get his transport cast wrong and appear in the room below hers. That was where Jace was sleeping after insisting that she and Darius take his bed. It was the only bed in the place, and Parthenia guessed that the ranger was sleeping on the floor in his living room. While she'd waited for Fern to arrive at the agreed time, she'd imagined him transporting himself directly on top of Jace's prone figure, giving him the fright of his life and ruining everything. She needn't have worried. Fern appeared right next to the large bed where she and Darius had lain for the last few hours. Darius was sleeping heavily, entirely unaware that Parthenia had been in contact with his brother. She hadn't dared to trust the 6-year-old with the good news. He'd been keeping their secrets fairly well for his age, but she didn't want to rely on him. Parthenia hadn't slept at all. Exhausted though she was, she'd forced herself to stay awake. If they were to be successful at leaving the Ranger's tower, they had to do everything correctly. Jace seemed to be a nice, kind man, but Parthenia didn't really know him. She didn't know how he might react to a boy suddenly appearing from nowhere. If he were to take the elixir Fern was bringing, they would all be stuck here, and Oriana would be left alone. Fern's arrival out of thin air filled her with happiness. She climbed out of bed and hugged him. He'd brought elixir as he'd said he would. They would both need to drink it to transport themselves and Darius back to Oriana. The steps would be a little complicated, but they could manage it. Parthenia released Fern from her arms and whispered, "You look terrible." He did. He was filthy, and his hair was full of bits of dead plants. "Thanks," her brother replied. "Have you got any food?" "Just a little," said Parthenia. She'd asked Jace if they could keep some food with them that night in case they were hungry. It was an odd request considering the amount they'd already eaten, especially Darius, who had stuffed his face, but the ranger had good-naturedly agreed. She held up the remains of her dress, which she'd wrapped around the nuts and bread Jace had given them. "Great," Fern said. "So how are we going to do this? You take Darius with you. If we get separated, it's better he's with someone who can make elixir. I'll locate Oriana, then transport myself there. Have you bought something from her?" Fern handed Parthenia a few strands of hair. "Who takes the elixir with them?" "Oh, I didn't think of that. Wait a minute." She went into the bathroom and brought out a cup. "I wish I had another bottle, but this will have to do." Fern poured elixir into it. "You take the rest," Parthenia said. "Even if I can't locate Oriana, I'll be able to transport myself out of here." "Okay," said Fern. "We'd better wake Darius." Noises of someone moving around came from the room below. Parthenia stared at Fern. Had they woken Jace up with their talking? She thought they'd been quiet, but the ranger's lonely situation probably made him sensitive to the sound of other voices. "Quick," Parthenia urged Fern. "Don't bother waking him. Just take his shoes with you and go." Fern sipped elixir and ran to Darius's side. Parthenia winced at the noise of her brother's quick footsteps on the wooden floor. Jace would hear them for sure. Fern grabbed his sleeping brother's hand and closed his eyes. A few seconds later, they were gone. Parthenia sighed with relief. Darius was safe. Now it was her turn. She took a mouthful of elixir. Delving into the dark of her mind, she cast Locate, focusing on the strands of hair she held, seeking out Oriana. Her sister was far away, right across the continent. Karina had transported her pairs of siblings a great distance apart, probably due to the speed of the Shura shuttle as it passed overhead. But all Parthenia had to do was transport herself to Oriana. Fern and Darius would be there already, and most of their family would be reunited. She opened her eyes to take another drink of elixir to cast again, and found herself looking directly at Jace. He was standing on the stairs, his body halfway into the room and halfway below it. His bushy eyebrows were raised.
"What are you doing? Can't you sleep?"
Parthenia gulped down the elixir. She had no choice about it. She would have to cast right in front of the ranger. If she didn't do it now, she might never get another chance. She had drained the last of the elixir Fern had given her. If she didn't transport out of this place, she would also face some very awkward questions about where Darius had gone. She closed her eyes and tried to write the character within her mind.
"Parthenia?"
Jace's heavy footsteps invaded her thinking. He was coming up the stairs. He was walking over to her.
"Are you having a bad dream?"
"Please stop talking to me." Parthenia fought to concentrate on the character and the cast. If she didn't make it soon, the effect of the elixir would wear off, and she would be stuck here, a continent's distance from her sister and brothers. She felt a hand on her shoulder. No! If the ranger didn't remove his hand, she was in danger of transporting him with her. And that would require a whole lot of explaining. Parthenia stepped backward, breaking contact with Jace. With a huge effort of concentration, she finished writing the character. Now to leave. She had to go to her family.
"Where's your brother gone?"
Jace asked. Then, louder and angrily, he said,
"What's going on?"
A shiver of sensation passed over her and she opened her eyes. The cast had worked. She was far from the tower and in a new place, which was in near darkness. The air was warm and moist, and strange sounds were coming from all around her, as well as a strong smell of "Parthenia!" Darius exclaimed. He barreled into her, almost knocking her from her feet. "I thought you'd never come. What took you so long?" He was hugging her so tightly around her waist he was crushing her. She gently pulled his arms away, only for them to be replaced by those of Fern and Oriana. Laughing, crying, Parthenia gave up. She stood in a huddle with her brothers and sisters for a while, just being joyful they were together again. When they had calmed down and stepped apart, she asked, "Where are we? And what's that dreadful smell?" Now she could focus on her surroundings. She found she was looking at rough, dirty walls made of wood. "We're in a barn," said Oriana. "It was the only place we could find to hide. But everything we need to make elixir is in here. We even found an old bottle. But it took us hours and hours to get a fire started, and now it's gone out. I didn't want to make it bigger in case someone noticed, and I was worried I might burn the place down. The animals hated it too. I think they were frightened of it." "Animals?" Parthenia asked. "Yes," said Fern. "Come out and meet them. That's they're responsible for what you can smell. They're big, but they're quite friendly once they get to know you." Darius took Parthenia's hand, and with Fern and Oriana he led her out of the small enclosed space where she had arrived from her transport. She hated to think what Jace would make of her disappearing before his eyes. Now not only did he know their names, he also knew what they could do. If he heard a report of missing children using their names and performing strange tricks, he would have an interesting tale to tell. She tried not to worry about it. They were on the other side of the country, far from the Dirksens forest. If they were careful, they could stay out of danger long enough for Karina to find them. The whereabouts of her older sister was another thing Parthenia tried not to worry about. They turned a corner into a wider space, and she halted in fear. Huge animals loomed in the semi-darkness. "You didn't say they were that big," she whispered fiercely at Fern. "Honestly," he replied, "they seem to be harmless. I quite like them." The animals' bodies were as tall as she was, but their heads were half as high again at the end of their long necks. They were short-haired except for longer hair that grew from the backs of their necks and hung down over their eyes. All the animals were tethered to a bar by straps that connected to a kind of cage of straps around their heads and faces. They were eating some of the same dead plant bits that were tangled in Fern's hair, and Parthenia noted that though the animals' teeth were large, they weren't pointed like those of predators. Perhaps they weren't dangerous after all, but she was sure she wouldn't be going near one any time soon. "I don't suppose you brought any more food?" Oriana asked hopefully. It was clearly wishful thinking on her sister's part. It was obvious Parthenia didn't have anything else with her except the ranger's shirt she was wearing. She'd even dropped the empty cup before she'd transported. "I'm sorry, Oriana," she said. "Haven't you or Fern found anything to eat since we left the ship?" "Here," said Fern. "Let's eat what we do have." He unwrapped the cloth parcel Parthenia had given him and handed Oriana some bread. "Can I have some?" Darius asked. "Let Oriana and Fern have it all," said Parthenia. "We already ate, remember?" "I remember," her little brother replied. "But I'm still hungry." "Well, Fern and Oriana are hungrier." "Okay," said Darius. His young mind flitted to another subject. "It was a big surprise to wake up here. Did you say goodbye to Jace?" Parthenia said. "Yes, kind of." "I'm glad we're all together again," Darius said. watching Oriana take another bite of bread. But where's Karina? Chapter 12. Karina had transported herself to a spot outside the stadium where the mech battles were held. It was one of the few places she knew on Ostalon. As soon as she appeared, she checked all around her. The massive stadium stood to her right, and spreading out between her and the town was the parking lot. A few hover vehicles dotted it, perhaps temporarily abandoned by owners too inebriated to find them in the crush at the end of the show. She also noticed for the first time the large workshops that jutted out from behind the stadium. She guessed that was where the giant mechs were built and repaired. Then she recalled the odd ceremony she'd witnessed being held at the end of the mech battles. The origins and meaning of the ceremony were a mystery she would love to solve, but she had other priorities. Although she was exhausted from working through the night and ached all over due to Harmon's beatings, the earliness of the hour was counting in her favour. There was no sign of any movement nearby, and she didn't think her sudden appearance had been observed. She checked the bottle she'd taken from the estate kitchen and tucked it inside her shirt. The hard, smooth shape felt comforting to the touch. It was full of elixir. She finally felt somewhat relieved and hopeful for the future. She had escaped Langley Dirksens' estate, and now she was free to find her mage siblings. After following the stadium wall around, she hit the long road that led through the lot and into the metropolis. She set off down the road quickly. The sooner she reached the comparative anonymity of the streets, the better. Somewhere on the large continent, Parthenia, Darius, Fern and Oriana were probably struggling to survive. She had to find them before they did something that revealed their mage powers. Ma would have drilled it into them that they were never to reveal their abilities to strangers, but her sisters and brothers had virtually no experience of the outside world. She wouldn't have been surprised if one of them had already done something risky. If they were caught, saving them would be a lot harder. Even if they were being very cautious, hunger, thirst, and exposure to the elements would tempt them to do things they shouldn't, and there were always evil people waiting to take advantage of others. At the thought of evil people, Castiel popped into her mind. She'd successfully avoided thinking about her half-brother over the last few days, but now she wondered what had happened to him. As with Parthenia, Darius, Oriana and Fern, she had transported Castiel and her other half-sister, Nala, to the planet's surface while the Shura shuttle was being boarded. She'd transported Castiel and Nala first, in fact, glad to say goodbye to them. She felt a twinge of guilt at sending Nala down to the surface with Castiel. The little girl didn't seem to be naturally bad, but she worshipped her older brother, and he enjoyed exerting his strong influence over her. Castiel was as malevolent and malicious as his father, Stefan Shura. What concerned her even more was the fact that he had strongly asserted he could cast. Like Nala, no one thought he had inherited their mother's mage powers, but after reluctantly taking the pair of them with her when she escaped from the Shuras, Castiel had boasted he could cast if he were given elixir. If he was right, and by some quirk of nature his ability hadn't developed until he hit puberty, the prospect was terrifying. He'd watched his siblings' lessons on casting. He probably knew all the characters and principles. All he would need was some practice. She didn't even want to think of what her oldest half-brother might do were he given the chance to act out his nastiest fantasies. What was worse, he hated her passionately, and all his other siblings except Nala. They were probably physical reminders of feelings of inadequacy he had experienced while growing up, unable to cast as most of his brothers and sisters could. And if his ego and pride were anything approaching his father's, those feelings would be unbearable. She hoped she had transported him and his minion sister far from everyone else in her remaining family. She was drawing close to the thoroughfare that would lead her into the city. The sun was coming up and the city was wakening along with it. Every so often a hover vehicle would pass along the road, usually high up and travelling very fast. The tall building complexes she had seen from the spaceport were in the distance. She was heading toward a low-rise part of town that seemed poorer and older. She guessed this was part of the city the Dirksens hadn't gotten around to developing yet. It was a good place for her to be. She would probably be able to pay for things using the plas paper money Reese had given to her. First on her list of things she needed were new clothes. The one she was wearing was so dirty and stank so bad she disgusted even herself. More importantly, she had to get rid of anything that identified her. Langley Dirksen would have the streets combed for her as soon as the matriarch knew she was missing. She should probably cut her hair too, she mused. The obvious thing for her to do would be to get as far from the neighbourhood of the Dirksen estate as quickly as she could. Yet she didn't want to leave the place just yet. The metropolis was probably the capital of that region, if not the entire continent, so it would be here she would have the easiest access to useful information, news reports and so on. Also, the Dirksens might have already put up roadblocks, guessing she would try to escape the city. She reached the thoroughfare that formed a T with the road from the stadium. She stepped into it and turned left. A few pedestrians were already walking the streets. As they passed the men and women through looks she guessed were not only due to her dishevelled state. Her clothes, which had been provided by the Shearers, were not what was usually worn here. She had to blend in with the local population, but she wasn't sure how to go about it. Hover transports were beginning to fill the roadway. Though it was only 2 lanes wide, the lanes were 3 tiers high. The highest tier was the fast lane, and slower vehicles occupied the lane just above the ground. The vehicles pulled off into parking spots at the road's edge when they wanted to stop. In one of the spots was a stall selling handmade artwork. She glanced at the items idly as she passed by. The objects were beautiful, multicoloured opalescent containers and simple decorative plaques. Catching her looking at the display, the stallholder said, "See something you like? Special discount for my first customer of the day." She smiled, barely deciphering the man's thick accent. She shook her head and walked on, but the encounter had sparked something. The elderly man running the stall reminded her of her grandmother. Nai had collected pebbles in the wild lands around the slum settlement where Karina had grown up, polishing them to reveal their beautiful natural colours before offering them for sale. In truth, the stones were nearly worthless, and the living Nai had scraped had been meagre. But it had been just about the only time Karina could remember being truly happy. She turned around and went back to the stall. The short stallholder was gazing upward absently at the expensive vehicles flashing past in the fast lane overhead. When he noticed her return, he grinned and stood up so quickly he knocked over his stool. As he stooped to pick it up, he said, "Changed your mind? Something caught your eye? Which piece is it you're interested in? I can recommend—" "Have you had breakfast?" she asked. The stallholder's eyes grew so wide the whites showed all around. "Breakfast? Why do you ask?" She said, "You remind me of someone. She's been dead a long time, but you would be doing me a favour if you ate breakfast with me." "Oh, well," said the man, "I'm not going to turn down the offer of free food. Of course I'll eat breakfast with you." "Thanks. Where can I buy it?" The old man gave her directions to a shop down a nearby alley, and in a few minutes she had returned with hot filled buns and an opaque smooth tea. The stall holder pulled out a second stool, and after she sat down they ate. She hardly knew the reason for her sudden impulse, but she guessed it wouldn't hurt to speak to a local and learn something of how people lived on Ostalon. She might learn how to avoid sticking out and how she might be able to find her siblings. "This person I remind you of," said the old man. "Is it a grandparent?" "Yes. My grandmother brought me up. She sold pretty things too. Pebbles, though. Not like what you have here. Did you make all these yourself?" "Me?" The stall-holder laughed. "Oh no, I could never make anything like this. My son is the artist. He had an accident as a child and he can't walk." "I'm sorry," said Karina. She guessed the man was too poor to pay a splicer to fix his son's legs, but it would have been rude to mention it. "Your son is very talented." "Thank you. I'm proud of him. I can tell by your accent you aren't from around here. Are you visiting family in the city, or perhaps looking for a job?" The state of her clothes and the bruises that Harmon had left on her face told the old man she probably wasn't much better off than him. She decided to run with his impression of her. It wasn't that far from the truth after all, and she might learn something useful. "That's right. Do you know where I might find some work?" "I guess you'll be looking for something off the books." He winked at her. "Yeah, I am. Do you have that kind of thing around here?" She knew exactly what the stallholder was alluding to. The situation was the same wherever she went. The clan-affiliated upper classes jealously guarded their wealth and privilege. The aspiring middle classes held a firm allegiance to the system and clung to the false hope they might one day move upward. And the semi-illegal, shady underclass didn't, or chose not to, fit in. Sometimes these lower-class individuals' birth details had never been registered. They'd angered a clan member, or they'd committed a crime and were wanted by the authorities. Whatever the reason for their position, they lived outside the system. "Of course," the stallholder replied. "Isn't that kind of thing to be found everywhere? There's an agency that hires casual workers for all kinds of legitimate and less than legitimate work about half a click down this road. Just tell them you lost your ID. They'll understand what you mean. They'll give you a uniform and pay cash at the end of the day." A uniform would be a great disguise. She doubted the Dirksen thugs Langley sent out to find her would be looking for someone wearing a local uniform. "Thanks, that sounds like exactly what I need." "Thank you for the breakfast. I hope our little chat has brought back some happy memories for you." She smiled. "It has." The stallholder didn't only remind her of her dear, sweet, quick-tempered Nine-Eye because of his age and situation. He was also just as kind and considerate. It was nice to feel looked after rather than being the one who was looking out for everyone else. Their breakfast was finished, and she had to get off the street and change her appearance soon before people came looking for her. She thanked the old man for his time and wished him good luck with his sales before leaving. Chapter 13. Karina ran a hand through her newly shorn hair. She had told the barber to cut it short. She had something resembling her merc's military cut. It felt good. Her head seemed lighter and she felt freer, though the sight of her battered face in the barber's mirror had been a bit of a shock. It was probably 12 hours or longer since Harmon had worked her over, and the bruises were really beginning to bloom. She wasn't going to make much of an impression at the employment agency, but she had decided that a day or two's work was her best option. The Dirksens would be looking for her in places where people went to lie low. Cheap hotels, derelict buildings, seedy parts of town. The clan's bully boys wouldn't be looking for ordinary people doing ordinary jobs, unless they were a lot smarter than typical. She also hoped to become more familiar with life on Ostalon. A better knowledge of the world might help her locate her siblings. The agency receptionist took in her dishevelled appearance in one withering glance. She hadn't been able to find anywhere open at that early hour that sold clothes, but she clearly didn't look too awful to work. The receptionist pointed toward a row of interfaces along the wall of the shabby office. "Input your details. The system will match you with what's available today." "I don't have any ID. I lost it." The receptionist frowned. "Where are you from?" "Off planet." "Makes sense. I couldn't place your accent." "Okay. Pick out a uniform that fits, put it on, and wait outside. Someone will be along to collect the day labourers soon." She noticed the box beside the receptionist's desk that was full of old, worn overalls. "You get paid when you return your uniform," said the receptionist. "Dirty is okay, but if it's torn or damaged, the repair cost comes out of your wages." She had thought it a little weird for the agency to provide a uniform, but now the policy made sense. It was hard to avoid damaging your clothes while working manually. The agency probably used the uniform rule as a ploy to keep back some of the workers' wages. Still, she was there mostly for camouflage, not for money. She still had the bills Reese had given to her. As she rooted through the box to find overalls that wouldn't look too ridiculous on her, she wondered if Reese had gotten in trouble for letting her go. Was Langley's mansion fitted with security cameras? She guessed not, or Reese wouldn't have been so bold. For all his brave talk, he'd acted submissively while in his mother's company. The only overalls that didn't come up too short on her lanky legs had a tear across one knee. "I'm taking these," she said to the receptionist and showed her the tear. "But look, they're already damaged." The receptionist said, "Sure, okay." From her manner, it was obvious she was going to deny ever seeing the tear when Karina returned later that day. She put on the overalls over her dirty clothes and went outside. Over the next hour, more people went into the agency and came out again wearing a uniform. They joined her and the group grew. No one spoke much, though nods passed between workers who knew each other. She didn't talk either, not wanting to alert the others to her off-world accent. When a young girl smiled at her, however, she returned the smile. The girl reminded her of Parthenia, though she was a little older. In fact, the girl was probably her own age, Karina realized wryly. It was only that she thought of herself as older. After another half an hour or so, as her sleepless night began to really catch up with her, a large hover transport arrived. Before it had even drawn to a stop, the workers raced to crowd around its rear entrance. The doors opened, and the people at the front of the crowd tried to climb aboard. 2 men stood there, however, and they pushed the over-eager labourers back, pressing the men's and women's chests with the soles of their boots. "We need 13 today," said one of the men. There were many more than 13 people hoping for work. There had to be twice that number. The men began to point and count. As they numbered off, the people they'd chosen forced themselves through the ranks to the front, and the men let them aboard. When she noticed one of their gazes drawing near, she lifted up onto her tiptoes to make herself seem taller. 11, the man said, pointing at her. The other labourers stepped aside resentfully as she passed through the crowd and climbed into the back of the transport. "Hey, honey," called the young woman who had smiled at her. She was smiling again, this time at one of the men. "Don't forget me." Karina didn't rate the woman's chances. She was the smallest and weakest of all of them. Yet to her surprise, the man called 13 and waved her aboard. A few nasty names floated in the young woman's wake as she stepped up and into the vehicle. She put her hand behind her back and made a gesture with her fingers that Karina guessed meant something obscene on Ostilon. The seat next to hers was free, and the woman sat down. "Phew," she remarked. "I thought I wouldn't make it. You're new, right?" "Yeah," said Karina, and turned away to gaze out of the window as the transport pulled into the traffic in the middle lane. "Hey," said the woman, "don't worry, I'm not going to give you away." She lowered her tone. "Everyone here has a secret. Jonas over there embezzled millions from his father's company. Adrienne killed a man. Carly is hiding out from his psycho wife." "Shut up, Asher," said a man sitting in front of them, who Karina assumed was Carly. Ignoring him, Asher went on, "So you see, we can't turn you in because we all have something to hide ourselves." Asher waited for her to say more, and when Karina remained silent, she said, "What's your name?" "Tamira. You can call me Tammy." "Good to meet you, Tammy," said Asher. "As you're new, I'll show you the ropes. First, your uniform. Don't bother trying to avoid tearing it. It doesn't matter what it looks like when you hand it back. They're gonna dock you 5%. You could turn in a brand new set of overalls and they would still dock you 5. So don't worry about it. Second, we get a free lunch, but we only get 15 minutes to eat it. If you're late back, they'll dock you 10% for every minute. So if you're 10 minutes late, you owe them, see? Okay, I get it. Thanks. I haven't finished. No restroom breaks except over lunch. So try not to drink too much or you'll be in pain before we knock off." "All right." Asher leaned closer and said in a lowered tone, "One more thing. If you do the boys a favor, you'll get work whenever you want it." Karina had been continuing to look out the window while Asher was speaking, but at this latest comment she turned and stared at the other woman. "What?" Asher asked defensively. "It takes 10 minutes and you're guaranteed work from it. What do you care? I'm just saying, when your bruises go down, you won't look too bad. I bet they'd go for you. Only remember, I was the one who told you, okay? I get in first." "Yeah, thanks, but I won't be competing with you on that." Asher shrugged. "Just trying to be helpful." "I know, I appreciate it." Though Asher's methods weren't for her, Karina didn't think less of the woman. In that kind of life, people did whatever it took to get by. When they arrived at the job site, she was surprised to discover it was one of the complex apartment blocks newly built. One of the supervisors told the workers they were to remove all the construction debris, dust and dirt, ready for the decoration crews who were arriving tomorrow. She had been expecting heavier work, but she guessed that machines took care of most of the building's construction. The Dirksens loved their high tech. As soon as the workers disembarked from the transport, one of the supervisors took Asher by the arm and led her away into a room. The door closed and the other supervisor addressed the remaining crew. "There's 26 floors, and you have to clean 2 each. At 6 o'clock we'll check every floor, and if we find any dirt or trash, no one gets paid. Got it?" Sighs and groans came from the group, but no one dared to openly protest the unfair rules. Instead, the men and women began to shout out the floors they would clean. She was too slow to catch on. In a few seconds, the verbal claiming was over, and the only floors left were 23 through 26. 2 of them would be Asher's when she returned from doing the other supervisor a favor, and the other 2 would be Karina's. 13 cleaning machines stood in the bare, dusty lobby. The devices were old and battered. They were also large and heavy, she discovered when she tried to move one of the 2 that hadn't been claimed. It was then she discovered the elevators weren't working yet. The door to the room where Asher had gone with the supervisor opened, and she emerged with the man. She walked over to Karina, who was squatting next to her machine, trying to figure out how it worked. All the other workers were leaving to begin their jobs. "Huh," Asher said, watching the departing men and women. "I bet they left us with the broken ones." "Have you used these before?" "Yeah, it's always the same machines for this job. though I shouldn't complain. This is one of the best kinds of work we can get, but only if the damn machines aren't broken. She pressed a button on the remaining machine. When nothing happened, she said, "Like I thought. What about yours?" Karina pressed the same button. Her machine started up and gave out a low hum, but then it died. "Can't we just tell the bosses our machines don't work?" "They'll only tell us to borrow someone else's, and how likely do you think that is?" "No, we have to try to fix them, or we're stuck." She lifted up the cowling on her machine. "But these aren't complicated. It's probably just a loose wire or something." Asher fiddled with her own and Karina's cleaning machines for a while and managed to get them both working. Then together they carried the machines up to the top floors one at a time. They were far too heavy for one person to carry alone. After demonstrating to Karina how her machine worked, Asher went downstairs to floor 23. The morning was wearing on, and Karina had to clean floors 25 and 26 before the day was out. She was still sore from Harmon's beating. Her hands ached from spending the night removing the bricks from the wall, and she was groggy with tiredness. If it had only been her who would suffer the repercussions of failing to do her job, she might have lain down and gone to sleep. But if she did that, 12 other people would lose their day's wages, and they were the types who couldn't afford it. She pushed her cleaning machine to the farthest apartment on the floor and started it up. They were designed to work automatically, Asher had told her. The apartment was full of odd bits and pieces left over from the construction work, which Karina had to take all the way downstairs to a dumpster. She began to carry out the trash and build a pile next to the stairwell, thinking she could push the lot down the stairs at the end of the day. When she returned to her cleaning machine, instead of working methodically across the floor and up the walls of the room, it was spinning in a circle. The area it had worked was spotless, but the rest of the place remained dirty. She cursed and tried to turn the machine off, but it was spinning too fast. Whenever she reached in to press the button, it whirled out of her reach. She swore again, loudly. She kicked the machine and sent it scooting over to the wall, which it rapidly climbed before continuing up and onto the ceiling, where it began spinning again. She uttered words only mercs used, and then only out of the hearing of their officers, as she jumped up to try to reach the machine's controls. She heard laughing from the doorway. Asher was standing there, her arms folded. "I was wondering how you were getting on." Karina ceased her efforts and rested her hands on her knees, panting. She laughed too. "Not very well." "Don't worry, we'll get it down. I wanted to ask you something. As you're new in town, I thought maybe you don't have anywhere to stay. Would you like to sleep at my place tonight? I have a spare room." Asher seemed nice, and she was right. Karina didn't have anywhere to stay tonight. "Thanks." Although she couldn't ever tell Asher her true reason for being on Ostalon, perhaps her new acquaintance could give her some tips for finding people on that world. She could begin her search for her siblings. Chapter 14. Parthenia was awake before her brothers and sisters. She pushed down the smelly, hairy animal blanket they'd covered themselves with to keep out the chill of the night and sat up. Darius had somehow worked himself fully under the remaining blanket and was lying crossways. Oriana and Fern were sleeping back to back, their heads resting on a thin pillow they'd made from the raggedy dress Parthenia had used to hold the food. The barn had no windows, but pale daylight shone through cracks between the planks of the walls. On the other side of the wide space, the animals were shifting about as if agitated. Parthenia wondered what was the matter with them. Her joy at being reunited with Fern and Oriana remained, but she knew their situation was as dangerous as ever. Their Shura relatives would be searching for them, and the clan wouldn't give up that search for a long time, most likely as long as the memory of the mage children lasted, down the generations. The children had unfortunately proven the power and value of their abilities when they blew up the Dirksens shipyard. As soon as the others woke, they would have to decide where to go and what to do next. Parthenia thought it might be best to find out where the capital city was and go there. It seemed to make sense that to find someone you went to the most important place in the country. What they would do when they got there she didn't know, but she didn't have any better ideas. They might find it easier to live in a big city too, where there were jobs and lots of people to hide among. She didn't know how they would travel to the city, or, now she thought of it, where the capital was located. But maybe they could ask someone. More urgently, they needed to find food. Her belly was already grumbling in spite of the meal provided by Jace the previous evening. She wondered what the ranger had made of her and her little brother's disappearance. She hoped he hadn't told anyone, and particularly not the Dirksens, who she guessed were his employers. Darius groaned and turned over, pulling the blanket off Oriana. He sat up, still under the blanket. Parthenia tugged it off of his head. He blinked and looked around, taking everything in like he was trying to figure out where he was. When he saw her, he smiled. "When's breakfast?" She was about to answer when her brother's words sparked a realization. That was why the animals were moving around so much. They were hungry, and that probably meant someone was on their way to feed them. "Parthenia," said Darius, "when's—" "Shh!" She reached over him to shake Oriana's shoulder. "Wake up! We have to leave," she said as her sister's eyes opened. "Wake up, Fern." Parthenia stood and helped Darius to his feet too. The only thing they had to take with them was the elixir. Where was it? She didn't know where Fern had put the precious liquid. Fern was sitting up and rubbing his eyes. Just as she said, "Fern," the lock on the barn door rattled, and a moment later the door swung open. The golden light of sunrise flooded in, silhouetting the figure who stood in the doorway. Oriana and Fern jumped to their feet. "What the?" said the figure. It was a woman, though she was tall and broad. She continued more angrily, "What are you doing in my barn?" The woman stomped farther inside, swung the door closed, and dropped the latch. "Are you here to steal my horses?" "No," Parthenia protested. "We aren't here to steal anything. We only needed somewhere to sleep. We're sorry. We haven't touched anything, honestly. We'll leave now." "Oh, no, you won't. You aren't going anywhere. You're trespassing, and I'm going to call the authorities. But before I do that, I'm going to search you. I want to make sure you haven't stolen anything." The woman's eyes narrowed as she scanned the children from head to toe. "Those aren't yours," she exclaimed, pointing at Parthenia's bracelets. Oriana was wearing one and Parthenia was wearing the other. "They're far too valuable for urchins like you. Hand them over." "They belong to me," Parthenia protested. "They were a present from my father." "Give them here. If you can prove they're yours, you can have them back." Oriana pulled off her bracelet and placed it in the woman's outstretched hand. "Please don't call anyone. Please." The woman frowned. "Why? Are you in trouble for something? Whatever it is you've done, you're runaways. That little boy is far too young to be away from his parents. You," she pointed at Parthenia, "give me your bracelet." When Parthenia had done as she'd been asked, the woman slipped the bracelets inside her shirt. "And you," she was looking at Fern, "come here and turn out your pockets." "No!" shouted Parthenia. Fern might have the elixir. She couldn't risk the woman taking it. They all stared at her. "If you do have anything in your pockets, give it to me." "Don't you dare," the woman said, striding across to Parthenia's brother. "Whatever you have, it's mine, and I want it back." Fern reached into his pants pocket and took out a bottle. It held a small amount of elixir. Only enough for one cast remained. As the woman moved to grab the bottle, Fern tossed it to Parthenia. She caught it and unscrewed the lid. The woman was only one step away, but Parthenia managed to swallow the last of the elixir before she snatched it.
"This is mine,"
the woman exclaimed, staring at the empty bottle.
"You took it from the things I stored at the back of the barn. You are thieves."
"But it's only an old bottle," said Darius.
"How dare you?"
the woman blustered. She turned on the other children with narrow eyes.
"What else have you taken?"
The children were watching Parthenia, however. She closed her eyes, hoping the woman would leave her alone long enough for her to cast. She couldn't transport all 4 of them, but she could do something else.
"What's wrong with you?"
she heard the woman ask.
"Open your eyes. What are you doing?"
Parthenia struggled to concentrate and write the character she had in mind. She heard the sound of struggling.
"Oh!" exclaimed the woman. "Get off me!"
Parthenia was deep inside her mind, writing the strokes of the character one by one. She cast. When she opened her eyes, the woman was on her back and Fern and Ariana were on top of her, holding her down. Darius was sitting on her head. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Parthenia giggled. "You can leave her alone now." When the 3 children stood up, the woman remained on the ground. She was limp, and though her eyes were open, they were glassy and unfocused. "Did you enthrall her?" Oriana asked. "Yes, it was all I could think to do at the time, but I think it's going to work to our benefit. I have an idea." Parthenia walked over to the woman and looked down at her. "What's your name?"
"Marcia."
"Okay, get up, Marcia." The woman rose slowly to her feet. Her arms hung limply and her mouth was open. "Do you have a vehicle?" Parthenia asked.
"Yes."
"Good. I want you to take us all to the capital city." Without a word, Marcia turned and walked out of the barn. "Quickly," Parthenia said. "Put on your shoes." As soon as they could, the 4 children followed the enthralled woman. "Don't you think we should go into her house and make some elixir before we leave?" Fern asked. "No," Parthenia replied. "We don't know who else might be there. I don't want to risk it." The strange procession marched down the path that led from the barn and across a field. Marcia was heading in the direction of the farmhouse. Parthenia hoped no one was watching from the windows. They had to be such an odd sight, anyone seeing them would be bound to come out and investigate. "Do you know how far it is to the capital?" Oriana asked Parthenia. "No, I don't have any idea." "But what if your enthrall wears off before we arrive? Then I guess we'll have to go the rest of the way by ourselves." Fern laughed. "Our new friend is going to be very confused when she comes out of it." They had arrived at a shed that stood next to the farmhouse. Marcia opened both doors wide, revealing a shiny vehicle with a pointed nose. It rested directly on the ground and didn't appear to have any wheels. Parthenia wondered how it moved. Marcia was walking into the shed. The door of the vehicle opened to her touch, and the children scrambled to catch up with her and take seats inside. Enthrall was an unpredictable cast. Its effect on the victim's mind varied according to their mental characteristics. Intelligent, strong-willed people could resist it to an extent, and the less intelligent who are easily persuaded could be so affected by enthrall they lost touch with what was happening around them. Marcia seemed to be so influenced there was a chance she might drive away and leave the children behind, not realizing they weren't with her. Parthenia closed the driver's door for Marcia, as she didn't seem about to. The woman started the vehicle. It rose up, causing the children to gasp. Marcia drove out and onto the small lane that ran in front of the farmhouse. She drove between the trees all the way down to a larger road and pulled out directly onto it without looking for oncoming traffic. A truck blared at them and rose above and over them to avoid a collision. It was going to be a hairy ride. "Marcia!" Parthenia said. Don't drive dangerously. Don't drive in front of other vehicles. Maybe there's an automatic setting, Oriana suggested. Yes, said Parthenia. Marcia, if your vehicle can drive automatically, input the capital city as the destination and stop driving. Marcia tapped keys on a pad next to the seat. Her arms relaxed. Phew, said Fern, also relaxing in his seat. Hey, he said, I forgot to ask. Why are we going to the capital? I thought it might be somewhere we could find Karina, Parthenia replied. I don't know what else to do. Will we find Karina soon? Darius asked. I don't know. I hope so. The traffic on the highway was building up as more and more of the hover vehicles joined it from side roads. Parthenia wondered why, if the vehicles could fly, they didn't travel directly overland to their destinations. But she guessed that requiring them to follow roads like wheeled vehicles was for safety. Or maybe the Dirksens reserved the skies for their own vehicles. She couldn't see anything resembling a city in the distance. From her seat next to Marcia, she had a good view of the vehicle's dash, but nothing on it stated the distance to their destination. The capital could be hours or days away. While they were travelling along, she prepped her brothers and sister with the story she'd made up to tell Jace. If they needed to explain themselves to strangers, they were to pretend they had gotten lost, and they only needed directions to the nearest town or city from where they would contact their parents. They were to say they were going home after visiting their relatives and that Parthenia was looking after them. She would pretend to be 18. As soon as she could find out more information about the country, she would pick a distant town for them to name as their home. She told her sister and brothers they could fill in more details to make the story sound plausible, but they were not to deviate from the main parts. The children began to make up names for the relatives they had been visiting and fill in other small facts, enjoying themselves with imagining a normal family life and upbringing, until the story almost felt real. If only it were real. Their fantasy life sounded much more pleasant than their current situation. She and Darius were still wearing the shirts Jace had lent to them. They didn't have anything else to wear. None of them had any food or water or money to buy any. As soon as Marcia was no longer enthralled, their problems would return. Parthenia hoped they would reach the capital soon. Chapter 15. Asher's apartment was cramped, but it contained the small spare bedroom where she'd said Karina could sleep. What Asher hadn't mentioned was her live-in boyfriend. When they had arrived after their long day's work, he'd been lying on the sofa in the small living room. The boyfriend, who Asher introduced as Kavin, seemed to be extremely relaxed and cheerful. He was sprawled out as he played games on an interface. "Hey, babe," he said to Asher after she'd shown Karina the spare room. "When are we gonna eat?" "Soon, honey, soon." Asher went into the tiny kitchen and Karina followed her. "You can take a shower while I cook," Asher said. "I'll clean up after dinner." "Aren't you too tired to cook?" Karina asked. "How about I buy us some takeout? I saw we passed some restaurants on the way here." The little hole-in-the-wall eating joints Karina had seen were clearly off-network. Rather than taking net orders and sending out the food via drones, those kinds of places sold on the street for cash. Asher looked relieved. "Well, if you're offering." "Sure. If I give him the money, maybe Kavin can go and buy us something. You two must know the best places." "Oh." Asher peeked around Karina into the living room. "Kavin's, it's probably better not to do that. I'll go." "No, in that case I'll go. You shower. I'll be back soon." Kavin didn't acknowledge Karina as she returned through the lounge and left the apartment. She went down in the elevator to the ground floor, though the clanking of the ancient mechanism didn't inspire much trust. The streets in that area were too narrow for hover vehicles. Apartment blocks towered on both sides, and skinny children played games with toys they'd made from trash. Karina was immediately thrown back to her own childhood. She had been a skinny kid playing with trash once too, though at the time she'd barely known life could be better. She didn't pity the kids too much. She had been happy enough with very little except the love and care of her grandmother, for as long as the old woman had lived anyway. Skirting the playing children, she walked down the dirty street and stopped at the first restaurant she saw. The place sold only one thing, a soup with noodles and meat. The origin of the meat wasn't specified. She bought 3 large containers covered with lids. The boy who was serving was so young he could easily have been one of the children she'd passed. After paying for the food, she returned to Asher's apartment. Kavin hadn't changed position all the time she had been gone, and he was still playing on the interface. Asher came out of the shower dressed in a bathrobe. "Great! I love that soup. Thanks, Tammy. Put them down on the table. I'll get chopsticks and spoons." Kavin finally moved, swinging his feet off the sofa and reaching for the nearest container. He peeled back the lid, took the chopsticks Asher handed him, and began to eat. Karina also dug into the steaming broth and noodles. The food was welcome after the puny, poor-quality lunch they'd received at work. After the first mouthful, however, she lowered her chopsticks and stared into the bowl. "Is something wrong?" Asher asked. "Don't you like it?" "No," Karina replied. "Nothing's wrong. It tastes good." She resumed eating, but the feeling that had made her pause persisted. The noodle soup tasted almost exactly like the one Nai used to make. She wondered if she was imagining it. After her grandmother had died, Karina had never again come across the dishes the old woman had cooked. Yet the more she ate, the more certain she was that, halfway across the galactic sector from her childhood home, she was eating a dish she had thought was a family recipe. Asher was watching her. "Something is wrong, isn't it? Do you feel sick? We've never gotten ill from eating this before." "It's okay. I'm fine. The food's great." Kavin was eating at a fast rate. Anticipating the man would be back on the interface the moment he'd finished, Karina said, "I was wondering, would it be okay if I checked the news after dinner?" "Sure," Asher replied. "Any particular reason? Not a lot goes on around here, or at least not much that actually gets reported." "No," said Karina. "No reason. Just want to catch up." "You mean that news about the Dirksens doesn't get reported, right? I heard they only arrived a few years ago. What was it like?" Asher made a noise of disgust. "It was awful, and it's only gotten worse. The actual takeover was pretty bloodless. The Dirksens had done their research and found out exactly who held the power. After they arrived, they targeted only those people and took them out, their families too. But the rest of us they left alone, just about. It all happened so fast, and our military was always weak. I guess no one ever thought anyone would be interested in our boring little planet. Turned out we were wrong. We hardly put up a fight. The Dirksens tried to sugarcoat it, of course. They sent out propaganda telling us the planetary government was corrupt and that they were here to liberate us. They said we were backward and they would help us modernize. They gave us the hover-drive technology, saying it was the first step in our upgrade. But their tune soon changed. The Dirksens basically replaced everyone who had any money or influence in Ostilonian society with someone affiliated with their clan. If you weren't prepared to hand over a percentage of profits and kiss their asses, they replaced you, one way or another. After news of disappearances, suicides and accidental deaths started getting around, no one resisted any longer. Once you felt a Dirksen hand on your shoulder, you gave them what they wanted, or accepted that your days were numbered. "And what's it like now?" Karina asked, wondering how much of the mechanics of the takeover were Langley Dirksen's responsibility. The woman seemed to think her family's control of Ostalon was benevolent. "They're slowly tearing everything apart," said Asher. "I mean, we didn't know how good we had it until the Dirksens started sticking their noses in wherever they thought they could turn a profit. You know the work we did today? Well, things didn't ever used to be that bad. There was always some kind of work if you wanted it. You didn't used to see people left behind. Now the supervisors are making 10 people do the work of 20 and pocketing the extra wages. Everyone takes their cut all the way to the top, and the Dirksens don't only ignore it, they positively encourage it. It's us poor saps at the bottom who lose out every time, and things are only set to get worse." Kavin drained the dregs of broth from his container and put it down. He pushed the bowl away and reached for the interface. Could I check that?" Karina asked. "Yeah, let Tammy use it for a minute, hun," said Asher. Wordlessly, Kavin passed the screen over. He got up and went to the bathroom. Karina quickly set to work scanning the news for the region and the international news for the planet. There was no mention of 4 unidentifiable children being found. However, no reports mentioned strange, inexplicable activities or events either, she noted with relief. It looked like her mage siblings had managed to stay out of trouble so far. While she had use of the interface, she looked up general information about Ostalon. The ritual at the mech battles still played on her mind. She was certain the fact that the person had created elixir was not a coincidence, but she also couldn't even guess what it meant. Mage history said their kind had lived in that galactic sector, dispersed and hidden, ever since it was first settled eons previously. The story she had learned from Nine was that mages had been one of the first groups of colonizers, running from persecution on humanity's original home, a lost planet called Earth. It made sense that something of their influence might remain in the cultures and religions of worlds they'd settled. Had Ostalon been one of those worlds? And if it had, was the fact significant? If mages had lived on the planet they appeared to have been long forgotten. No one seemed to know that elixir was being created in the ritual, so it had lost its meaning. Kavin was getting restless. At his 3rd cough, she returned the interface to him. "I'll take a shower now, if that's okay," she said to Asher. "Sure, take your time. The hot water comes with the rent, though that's changing next month." She sighed and began to clear away the empty food containers. "Everything gets more and more expensive all the time." Karina went into the bathroom and closed the door. She found it didn't have a lock, but that didn't bother her. Both Kavin and Asher knew she was in there. She undressed. There was nowhere to put her clothes except on the basin, so she piled them into it and stepped into the stall. For the first time since Harmon's beating, she could properly assess the damage. Bruises stood out on her back, upper arms and thighs. It wasn't the first time she had come off badly in a fight, and Stefan Scherer would have treated her worse, but this time she particularly hated the effects. More than ever, the injustice of what had happened angered her. The Dirksens and Scherers were a menace across the sector. She wished she was in a position to fight them, but what could she realistically do? The most she could hope for would be to find her siblings and escape far from their influence, perhaps even to another sector. As she pondered the rivalry between the clans, a memory popped into her mind. Ever since noticing the woman with the spiral hair design at Langley's party, she'd been wondering where she'd seen her before. Now she knew. It had been at the Scherer stronghold on Ithia. She'd gone to see Calverley to ask permission to visit Bryce in the men's quarters, but the Scherer officer had been taking a hollow call. She hadn't seen the other caller's face, but the hairstyle was so distinctive she was sure it was the same person. The last place she would have expected to see an acquaintance of the Scherers was at a Dirksen gathering. It was no wonder it had taken her so long to make the connection. What did it mean? Was Langley's friend an informant, a spy? Had she interrupted a call where the woman was passing secret information to Calverley? As she washed soap out of her hair, she wondered if she should do anything about her revelation. It took her less than a second to come to a decision. No. What did she care if the Dirksens had a spy in their midst? She had nothing to gain from telling them and a whole lot to lose. Yet she feared what the fact might mean for Asher and other Ostilonians. Langley Dirksen had said the planet was a hidden bolt hole for her clan. If someone the Dirksens trusted was feeding the Shura's classified information, Ostilon wouldn't remain a secret for very long. She had seen firsthand the devastation of a planet-wide attack. Asher might think things were bad now, but they were probably going to get much worse. A creak distracted her from her thoughts. The bathroom door was opening. At first she expected Asher wanted to ask or tell her something, but the door only opened a short distance. A male hand and arm appeared, groping toward the basin where she'd put her clothes. Kevin was trying to steal her stuff. She jumped out of the shower and slammed the door on his arm. He shrieked. She opened and slammed the door twice more, and then threw it open. He fell to his knees, still screaming. Asher ran through from the kitchen. "What did you do to him?" she shouted. "Not as much as I'd like to do," said Karina, grabbing her clothes. "She broke my arm," Kevin sobbed. "I think she broke it." "Get out of my apartment," Asher said. "After everything I did for you, you go and attack my boyfriend." "He was trying to steal from me," said Karina. "How else do you think this happened? Why would I hit him for no reason?" She began to get dressed. "My arm," Kevin wept. "It hurts so bad." "So what if he was trying to steal from you?" said Asher. "You didn't have to half kill him." Karina pulled on her top. "Do yourself a favor, Asher. Get rid of him. He's a bum, and he's using you." "No, don't listen to her, Asher. I love you." Kevin cursed and tenderly touched his assaulted arm. "Get out," Asher said to Karina. "Just leave, Tammy, and don't bother turning up for work tomorrow. I'll make sure you won't be hired." "Don't worry," Karina said. "I'm not staying here another second." She marched to the door and went out. Too angry for the elevator, she took the stairs. As she ran down the steps 2 at a time, she wondered where she would spend the night. The Dirksens would still be searching for her intensively. She had to find somewhere they wouldn't think to look. Chapter 16. Several hours later, Karina was dead on her feet. She hadn't slept since the night of the mech battle, and even then it had only been for a few hours. She'd also been beaten. She'd worked through the small hours to escape from Langley's estate, and then she'd laboured all day. She was on her last legs, yet she didn't seem to be able to find anywhere she considered safe to sleep. As she'd wandered around the capital's downtown, Karina had taken the opportunity to buy new clothes. After pushing her old ones down a trash chute, she'd begun her search for a safe sleeping place. Asher's apartment had been ideal. The Dirksens would never have found her there, in one of the thousands of semi-legal residences. Now her options were limited. Without ID, the more expensive places were off limits. In time she could solve that problem, but not quickly. Yet she feared staying at the cheapest hotels and hostels where ID wasn't required. They would be the first places the Dirksens would look. Rounding the corner of a quiet street, she saw a heavily decorated building that rose from the ground in 4 tiers of decreasing size. Judging by the people wandering in and out of it, the structure seemed to be a public place. She walked down the street and through the wide, doorless entrance. The interior was as brightly decorated as the exterior. Only while the walls outside were covered in patterns, inside the decorations were reenactments of stories or events. The building seemed to be a place of worship. Several people were kneeling facing a group of deities. One person had prostrated himself, his forehead pressed against the floor as he mumbled. None of the worshippers took any notice of her. Again she recalled the enigmatic ritual she had witnessed after the mech battles. Was this place dedicated to the same religion? On the various worlds she had visited as a merc, several faiths usually competed for the inhabitants' devotion, but at that moment she was too tired to investigate further. She had to sleep. On each side of the altar holding the statues of the deities, passages led deeper into the building. She took the right-hand one. Depictions of the religion's stories continued along its walls before it opened out into a space on the other side of the statues. This room held benches, presumably for lengthier sessions of worship. Other than the benches and a low, wide, cold brazier standing on the stone floor, the place was empty. She hoped it would remain so for a few hours at least, or that anyone who came in would leave her to worship in her own way. She stretched out on a narrow bench, lay her head in the crook of her arm, and was instantly asleep. A gentle shake of her shoulder woke her. Despite the lightness of the touch, she still barely prevented herself from punching her awakener. Her fist stopped a whisker from the young priestess's face, and the woman drew back in alarm. "Sorry," Karina said, sitting up. She didn't know how long she'd slept, but she remained groggy with tiredness. "I apologize for waking you," said the princess. She wore a long cloak and a cowl, so her features and figure were obscure, but she was so slight and her voice was so high and soft, she seemed very young. "We have a morning ceremony. You're welcome to remain here, but we need to use this bench." "No, it's okay. I'll leave." "You really don't have to leave," said the princess. "Perhaps you would like something to eat after the ceremony." Now she was fully awake, Karina gave some thought to the young woman's suggestion. Perhaps it wouldn't hurt to stick around in the place of worship for a while. She might be able to discover something about the ritual at the mech battles. "Thank you, I'll stay." The priestess nodded. "You may stand in the corner over there." She left through a small door at the back of the room. Karina stood up and stretched. Then she winced as her bruises reminded her of their existence. Music began to float through the open doorway, twangs of stringed instruments and the regular beat of a drum. She went over to the corner and waited. Figures wearing the same hoods and floor-length robes as the priestess entered the chamber in single file, each carrying a scroll of plas paper. She spotted the young priestess, the shortest in the ranks. The 12 disciples took seats, one at each end of the benches. They began to chant in a foreign language, repeating what sounded like 6 or 7 words over and over again. Then one of the priests stood and stepped solemnly to the brazier. He pressed a switch and flames sprang up. At the same time, the whine of a fan came from above. When the fire was burning strongly, he unfurled his sheet of plas paper and dropped it into the flames. She glimpsed some writing on the sheet, then it was gone to ashes that were drawn upward to the fan. The priest returned to his bench. When he had sat down, the other devotee sitting on his bench did the same thing, though she thought the word he uttered was different from the first's. She was a little disappointed. She'd been hoping the disciples might make elixir on the brazier, but perhaps they didn't follow the religious practice she'd witnessed at the mech battle stadium. The ceremony continued. Each disciple disposed of their sheet in the brazier's flames. As she was thinking wryly that it might be less effort to put the scrolls down a trash chute, she saw the writing on the paper clearly for the first time. She stood bolt upright. Then the sheet was gone, and the fan above hungrily vacuumed up its ashes. She had seen a character. She hadn't been able to make out which one, but the sweeping strokes were so familiar she was sure she hadn't been mistaken. Only one sheet remained unburned. It belonged to the young priestess. As the child approached the brazier, Karina craned to see what was written on it, but the priestess was carrying the scroll close to her chest. She unfurled the sheet. The flames burned high as she held it out. The priestess spoke her word and dropped the paper into the fire. Her heart sank. There was no character on it. It only displayed a random pattern of dots and numbers. She slumped against the wall. Had she imagined the character on the other scroll? Perhaps it was only because she'd just woken up and was still tired that she thought she'd seen something significant. Someone had turned off the brazier, and the priests and priestesses were filing out of the chamber. The young priestess was at the end of the line. Before she left, she gestured to Karina to wait. She returned to a bench and sat down. After a few moments, the priestess reappeared, carrying some food wrapped in a napkin. "It isn't much," she said, "but you're very welcome to share with us." "Thanks," said Karina. Thinking she might as well inquire about the religion anyway, she added, "Do you have a moment? I want to ask you something." "What would you like to know?" "I was at the mech battles the other night, and I saw the ceremony at the end. Is that something your sect performs?" "The libation? Yes, we do that, though I've never had the privilege myself. It's a great honor, and it will be many years before I am worthy, if I ever am." "I was wondering what it meant." "The libation means many things. It gives thanks for the protection of the people, for one. You see, many years ago, 2 great superpowers on Ostalon were at war. It was to put an end to the war that the mech battles were invented. Legend says that originally it was only 2 fighters representing each side who fought with weapons. The mechs came later. A second reason for the libation is to absolve the fighter's guilt if they killed their opponent. The libation absorbs the sins of the competitors and washes them away when it is poured into the soil." "I see," said Karina. "But is there any significance to the ingredients used to create it? I thought I saw the priestess drop wood and soil into it." She didn't go into any more detail. She didn't want to give away how familiar she was with the creation of elixir. "Oh yes, the ingredients are very significant. I can show you if you'd like me to when you finish eating." Karina had been munching on the moist wafers the priestess had given her. She popped the last one into her mouth and said, "All finished." Though the young girl's features were almost entirely obscured by her cowl, Karina thought she saw her smile. The priestess rose, and she followed her through a passage to the front of the building. Daylight from the doorway now illuminated the room, washing out the colours of the friezes. The priestess led her to a section of the wall that displayed a pastoral scene. As she drew nearer, she realized the scene portrayed the 5 elements. A stream ran through grass, representing water. Lightning was striking a tree, and the first flickers of flame were outlining its branches. So there was both wood and fire. It was a natural landscape, so earth was all around. Buried to its hilt in one spot next to the stream was a dagger or sword, obviously made of metal. Beneath the scene was writing in a script she didn't recognize. "What does it say?" she asked, pointing. "The language is very old," the priestess replied, "but it explains what sins belong to each material. Water represents lust. Wood is stubbornness. Metal is impatience." Karina was looking at the wall, but she was facing the entrance. As the priestess spoke, someone poked their head in briefly, withdrawing the second they saw her. Not waiting to hear the rest of the priestess's explanation, Karina sped out of the building. The person who had looked in was running away. She set off in pursuit. How Reese had discovered where she was, she didn't know, but she was going to find out. Chapter 17. Parthenia realised she hadn't heard any of the other children speak for a while. She checked over her shoulder. Darius was lying with his head on Fern's lap, and Fern had his head on Oriana's shoulder. Oriana was slumped against the door. All three were deeply asleep. Parthenia sighed. She was tired too, but she had to remain awake. Marcia could return to her normal self at any minute. The woman had stared blankly ahead all the hours they'd been travelling, only slowly blinking every so often and shifting a little in her seat. Parthenia could hardly believe how long the enthrallcast had lasted. Yet despite their long journey, they didn't seem to be drawing near the capital city. The countryside was much greener than any place Parthenia had seen on Ithia. They'd passed through farmland and alongside wide, lush estuaries before they reached the forest that currently lined the road. The place looked similar to the woods she and Darius had wandered through for hours, and she wondered if it was in fact the same place, though she hadn't seen the ranger's tower. Jace had seemed a nice man, but she dreaded seeing him again, not because he was so large and foreboding, but because she had disappeared right before his eyes. She hoped he hadn't told anyone. She resolved to absolutely avoid casting in front of anyone else again. Then she remembered that was exactly what she'd done around Marcia. Once more she sighed. She had allowed herself to be enthralled more than once when the twins and Darius were learning the cast. She recalled that coming out of it was like being in a dream, and you slowly realised that you weren't in a dream at all, that everything around you was real. It wasn't like waking up from sleep. It was a strange sensation and quite unsettling. Watching the farmer's profile, she wondered when she would wake up. It had to be soon, and then what would happen? She hoped Marcia didn't grab the vehicle's controls in her shock and surprise and cause them to crash. As they were travelling on automatic, she didn't think that was likely, but she wished she could be sure. When Marcia did come around, they would have to deal with her reaction and get away from her somehow. If only they would reach the city outskirts, then she could command Marcia to stop the vehicle and let them out. But the capital was nowhere to be seen, and if they left the vehicle while they were in a forested area, they would be in the same position she had been in with Darius when they arrived. As she was about to turn away and refocus her attention on the road, Marcia closed her hanging jaw and smacked her lips. "Oh no!" "Oriana!" Parthenia hissed toward the back of the vehicle. "Fern!" But the twins didn't awake. Marcia's limp hands twitched. Parthenia reached over her seat to prod her siblings to wakefulness. She didn't want to hasten Marcia's return to reality by speaking loudly. Parthenia could just reach Darius's leg. She poked him. He brushed at his leg but didn't properly wake up. She nudged her brother again. "What?" he said sleepily. "Wake up, Fern and Oriana! Quickly! Marcia's coming around!" The farmer began to blink rapidly. Her eyes regained their focus. Darius had sat up and he was shaking Fern. Marcia lifted her hands onto her lap. A frown creased her forehead. Parthenia had perhaps a few seconds remaining while the enthrallcast had some power. "Marcia!" she snapped. The woman's head turned toward her. Marcia's eyes grew wide. "Stop the vehicle!" Parthenia said sternly.
What? What? Why? What am I?
"Do as I say," Parthenia said. "Immediately!" Marcia shook her head in confusion, but her hands took the controls.
How did I get here? I don't remember.
The hover vehicle rapidly slowed and sank toward the ground. "Get ready to bail," Parthenia said to her siblings.
Hold on,
Marcia exclaimed.
You're the children who are in my barn. I remember now. You're a bunch of thieves.
Her voice rose in volume as she spoke. The vehicle was on the side of a busy highway. Ignoring Marcia's words, Parthenia went to open her door. It was locked. "We can't get out," Oriana said. "Open the doors, Marcia," Parthenia commanded.
No way! What am I doing here? How did you all come here with me? What did you do to me?
"I said, open the doors," Parthenia repeated, hoping against hope that some tiny dreg of the enthrall caste might remain.
"I will not,"
Marcia said.
"I'm taking you all to the authorities. I don't know what you did to me, but you're all criminals, and I'm not letting you get away with it. I know what's happening. You want to steal my vehicle, don't you? And you want to kidnap me too."
She moved her hands to the controls again. Parthenia desperately tried to think of a way to stop her from turning them in. The only solution that occurred was almost ridiculous, but she couldn't think of anything else. "Marcia, I'm telling you, if you don't let us out of this vehicle right now, I'll control you again. I can make you do whatever I want. How else do you think you came to be here? Open the doors now, or I'll do it." She tried to look angry and threatening, though inside she was quaking with fear. Marcia seemed about to refuse, her lips twisted in anger. But then she relented. She gave the voice command, and the locks popped. The children scrambled out. "Quick, into the forest!" Parthenia shouted, grabbing Darius's hand. She wanted to get everyone out of sight of the road and away from Marcia before the woman changed her mind. Holding on to her youngest brother, Parthenia slithered down the embankment at the road's edge and under a wire fence. "She's calming someone!" shouted Oriana as she tumbled down beside Parthenia. "I saw her!" "Run!" yelled Parthenia. Gripping Darius's hand, she set off through the low plants and in amongst the trees. Then she slowed and turned, worried they might become separated if they didn't take care. Oriana wasn't far behind, but Fern was veering away. She called her brother's name. "This way!" she shouted. "We have to stick together!" As soon as she saw her brother change direction, Parthenia plunged once more into the undergrowth. The plants weren't thorny like the ones in the first forest she and Darius had encountered on Ostalon, she noticed with relief. Parthenia pushed deeper and deeper through the densely packed trees. She didn't have any idea where she was taking everyone, but it was the best she could do for the moment. They had to avoid capture, and if that meant getting lost again, that was how it had to be. Regularly checking that Oriana and Fern were keeping up, Parthenia ran on, panting, for a short while. "Ow!" Darius exclaimed. She had accidentally dragged him into a tree. "Sorry." She slowed and stopped. "Are you okay?" Darius rubbed his nose. "Yes, I'm all right." They'd put considerable distance between themselves and the road. She thought it would be safe to stop for a moment and catch their breath. Fern bent over, his hands on his knees. Oriana leaned against a tree. For several minutes no one spoke. Then, after their breathing began to return to normal, Fern said, "What's that? Can you hear it?" Parthenia had to listen hard before she heard the noise too. It was a soft, thumping sound. She had mistaken it for her heartbeat at first, but then she realized it was coming from somewhere not far from where they stood. The children stared at each other. What could be causing it? Darius opened his mouth to speak, but Parthenia raised a finger, motioning him to silence. She beckoned Oriana and Fern to come closer. She cupped a hand to her mouth to whisper to them, but a second noise interrupted her. This time it was unmistakable. It was the sound of voices, and they were rapidly getting louder. Oriana crouched down, and Fern and Parthenia quickly followed her lead. Parthenia pulled Darius down with her. Luckily the undergrowth was tall enough to hide them. The children sat on their haunches beneath the leafy fronds, staring at each other through the plant stalks. Parthenia still hadn't figured out what the soft thumping sound was. Like the voices, it was growing louder. No one dared to speak. They could only hope the people wouldn't see them or come so close they tripped over them. Parthenia strained to hear what they were saying.
"So that's 4 for me and only 3 for you," a man said. "Shall we call it a day?"
"No, absolutely not," said a woman. "That isn't fair. If I go back with fewer kills than you, they'll never shut up about it. Let's stay out a while. I'm sure I can bag another."
"If you like," the man said, "though I don't fancy your chances."
"I know. We haven't seen much game at all today."
"That's true, but that isn't what I meant."
"Huh? What did you mean?"
"Isn't it obvious? I'm a much better shot than you."
"What? What are you talking about? You just got lucky." Parthenia was looking in the direction of the approaching voices. The light was dim under the plants, but eventually she spotted movement. She gasped. Legs were coming toward them, but they weren't human legs. They belonged to the kind of animals she'd seen in Marcia's barn. Fern and Oriana's eyes were round as they saw the legs too. The animals' steps were what was making the thumping sound. Even Darius noticed and pointed. Parthenia nodded at him and put a finger to her lips. The most amazing thing about the approaching legs wasn't what they were, but what was missing from the scene. Along with the thuds of the walking animals, the voices were growing louder. But no people were visible. What could it mean? Were the people on the animals, sitting on their backs? Parthenia had never seen such a thing, not even on vids. Her heart was racing. 2 of those huge animals she'd seen in the barn were almost upon them, but she didn't dare try to move out of their way. The slightest shift would bring her into contact with plant stalks. The plants would move and the people would know there was something in the undergrowth. Another painful realization hit. The people on the animals were hunting. That was what they'd been talking about when they mentioned kills. If she or one of her siblings changed position, the hunters might mistake them for game and shoot at them. She cringed and tensed. She was right in the path of one of the animals. It was going to step on her. She braced herself. But the long legs shifted slightly to one side, narrowly avoiding her, as if the beast knew she was there. With much rustling of leaves, the 2 animals passed by, leaving everyone unscathed. Parthenia let out a long, silent exhale and watched the 8 legs retreat out of sight. When she could no longer hear the animals or the people, she cautiously poked her head out of the foliage. The forest looked the same as when they'd first hidden. Aside from the plant life and insects buzzing in shafts of afternoon sunlight through the trees, it was empty. Parthenia stood and helped Darius to his feet. "Can we talk now?" he asked. Fern and Oriana also stood up. "Yes," Parthenia replied, "but only quietly." "Where should we go?" Fern asked. "I'm not sure," said Parthenia. "We definitely can't go back to the road. If anyone's looking for us, we'll be very easy to spot there. I guess we'll just have to walk until we finally reach the city, or maybe a town." "Which way is it, though?" Oriana asked. "What direction were we headed in when we left the vehicle?" Parthenia didn't know. She'd entirely lost her sense of direction when they were running through the trees. Oriana and Fern also looked confused, however, so she said, "I'm pretty sure it's this way." She took Darius's hand again and walked confidently ahead. She didn't want her siblings to know how lost they were. It would only make them worry. Perhaps she'd guessed correctly, she reasoned. Or maybe they would hit upon a village or town eventually. Trying to be brave for the sake of her sister and brothers, Parthenia led the little party through the forest. She pushed her memory of her previous desperate walk with Darius to the back of her mind. Chapter 18. Karina caught up with Reese at the end of the street. She launched herself at him and grabbed him around his thighs. They both hit the ground. Before Reese could get up, she climbed onto his back and pinned him down. Passers-by drew back in alarm and hastened away. Reese struggled to squirm out from under her for several moments before saying, Okay, I give up. Get off of me. Don't try to run, she said, releasing the pressure on his shoulders, or I'll catch you and I won't be so gentle next time. She moved off his back and stood up. As he also rose to his feet, Reese said, I didn't think you were gentle this time. Then don't risk it. You really were a soldier, weren't you? Like Mother said, I didn't think a girl could hold me down. She snorted derisively. Plenty of female soldiers could beat your ass in a fight without trying. If I were you, I wouldn't go around saying they couldn't. Reese rubbed his shoulder. I don't know why you were chasing me anyway. I haven't hurt you. I let you escape, remember? As soon as you saw me looking at you back there, you set off running. If you didn't have anything to hide, why run away? You weren't in that place by accident. You knew I was there and you came to check on me. How did you know that? Pedestrians were still staring at the two as they passed by. Wait, let's get off this street. She took Reese's skinny upper arm and guided him along the sidewalk before pushing him down the first alley they arrived at. She walked along the narrow lane with him until they reached a spot between two towering apartment blocks that was empty of people. After halting, she pushed Reese against a wall, not roughly, but hard enough to reinforce that she was in charge. How did you know where to find me? She reiterated. Honestly, it was just coincidence. I don't often go to that temple. When I saw you there, I knew you would think I was spying on you, so I ran. No, you're lying. I'm not, really. She was tempted to force the truth out of the kid with the threat of, or actual, violence, but she'd experienced plenty of that kind of persuasion herself. She wanted to avoid dispensing it to others if she could. She tried a different tactic. Okay. So if you go to that place all the time, what's the main picture on the left wall? What does it show? She had been looking at the frieze only minutes before. Her question wasn't difficult for someone familiar with the building's interior. Reese looked panicked. It shows... It's a scene of... Right, she said. So we've established that you lied when you said it was a coincidence you were at that place. You don't always go there, yet you knew where I was. But how? She was fairly confident she hadn't been followed, and she had no identity or footprint in Ostalon's systems. Reese protested, Like I said. Oh, stop wasting my time, she snapped. She regarded the young man. He seemed about the same age as Parthenia. Look, you're still young enough to not involve yourself with criminals and thugs, even if they are your family. You don't have to go along with everything they do just because you're related. You don't seem like a bad kid. Why don't you get out while you can? Go someplace else and start a new life. A clean life where you aren't hurting anyone. Only first tell me how you knew where I was. Her words seemed to penetrate his conscience. He lost his guarded expression and looked down as if ashamed to meet her gaze. It isn't as easy as you think, even if I did want to leave. But I can't anyway. It would break Mother's heart. I know she doesn't seem like a good person to you, but she isn't as bad as the others, and she loves me. I'm all she has. Then take her with you. Huh, she'd never listen to me. Besides, she loves being a Dirksen. It's her whole life. Karina gasped. While she'd been talking to Reese, in the back of her mind she'd continued to try to figure out how he had found her. The answer had just come. "I'm carrying a tracer, aren't I? Where is it? How did your mother get it into me?" "No, that isn't true." She grabbed Reese's bony shoulders and pushed him into the wall. "Yes, it is. There's no other way you could have found me. Have you been following me all this time?" He slumped and hung his head. He nodded. "I haven't been following you the whole time, but you are carrying a tracer. More than one, in fact. I'm sorry." She swore. "Where are they?" She tried to remember everything that had happened at Langley's mansion. Had they injected tracers into her while she was asleep? No, she would have woken up. She was sleeping on a hair trigger these days. Had they drugged her? She was sure she would have noticed. "They were in the food you ate at breakfast the morning after we went to see the mech battles," said Reese. "The type Mother uses passes through the stomach and latches to the inside of the small intestine. You ate several, but you wouldn't have noticed anything." Feeling nauseated, she pressed a hand to her stomach. She had to get the tracers out immediately. "So that's why neither of you came down to breakfast that morning. You couldn't eat the food." Reese nodded again. He looked up at her, a defeated expression in his eyes. "Would you be willing to come with me somewhere?" "Where?" Karina asked. "And is this to do with getting the tracers out of me?" "I honestly don't know how to do that. But you'll be safe with me. I just want to talk." She wasn't sure if she could trust the young Dirksen. On the other hand, if he really was wavering in his allegiance to his mother's clan, he could be very useful. She was willing to take a chance. "Okay." Reese continued down the alley and Karina walked with him. The young man said, "Mother isn't as bad as you think, you know." "You mentioned that already." She wanted to tell Reese what his family's thugs had done to her brother. That might open his eyes about exactly what he was involved in, but she couldn't say anything about Darius's experiences at the hands of the Dirksens without revealing more to Reese than was safe. She hadn't yet admitted to anyone that she was the merc who had rescued Darius, and she wasn't about to, despite the evidence of the vid. It didn't matter how different from the rest of the Dirksens Reese thought he and his mother were. Yet she wanted to find out whatever she could about the clan. Perhaps she might learn something that would help locate her siblings. Reese seemed to be looking for something as they walked along the alley. When they reached the end, they turned into another narrow lane and continued along it. The district was seedy. The residents were too poor even for clothes dryers. Rows of wet garments hung across apartment balconies, and the street looked like it hadn't seen an auto cleaner in a long time. She was having second thoughts about going with him. She needed to take out the tracers, and she didn't know for sure what he would tell her. He might not know anything useful. Finally, after turning down several more alleyways and entering deeper and deeper into the poverty-stricken neighborhood, Reese seemed to find what he was looking for. He stopped at a door that didn't seem any different from the others, except that the wall next to it bore a pattern of scratches. The door had no security panel. He tapped at it instead. When it opened, a burly man not unlike Harmon stood there, his expression angry and sullen. But then he recognized Reese and stepped backward, ducking his head. "Wait a minute," Karina said. "If you think I'm going to follow you into some clandestine hideaway guarded by your mother's henchmen, you're mistaken." "And if I wanted to recapture you, I could have done it at the temple," said Reese. "I'm not forcing you to go in. You're free to leave now if you want." She hesitated, then said, "I do want to. I worked too hard to escape from your clan to risk this." "Okay, maybe we can go someplace else." "No, I've changed my mind. I've wasted too much time already. Goodbye, Reese, and good luck living with thugs. I hope you don't turn into one of them." She began to walk away. "Hold on," Reese said, running after her. "What are you going to do about the tracers?" She replied, still walking quickly. "Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Wait, I was going to say that maybe I can help you." "Really? How?" She wasn't sure she believed him. After all, he'd already said he couldn't help her, or at least not with the tracers. When Reese didn't reply immediately, she continued, "Forget about it, and stop following me, or I'll force you to stop." The young man halted. As she walked away from him, he called out, "I still don't know your name." Chapter 19. Karina had to find somewhere private to try to extract all the tracers. She wasn't looking forward to the task. When she'd transported the Shura tracers out of her brothers and sisters while they were escaping on the shuttle, she'd only been working on one per child, and she'd known exactly where the devices were. Now she didn't know how many Dirksen tracers were clinging to her guts, or their precise location. She would be using guesswork with her own body and a delicate area of her body too. A damaged muscle would heal naturally in time, but she hated to think what she might do if she hurt her intestines. Where to go? She continued deeper into the maze of streets. It was a warren of cheap apartment blocks served by small eateries and convenience stores. After stopping and checking behind her several times, she was finally convinced that neither Reese nor anyone else was following her. Not that it mattered as long as she carried the Dirksen tracers. Langley had tricked her into swallowing them in case she attempted to escape, of course. The Dirksen matriarch had been right on that score. Reese hadn't mentioned what had happened at the estate since her escape. Did his mother know that he'd let her go? He also hadn't explained why he'd been checking up on her. Or had she been set up? Had Langley Dirksen deliberately made it easy for her to get out of the mansion? Reese had even been carrying cash to hand to her. It was all too convenient. So many questions. And she had walked away from the only person who might answer them. Perhaps she'd done the wrong thing. Her friend Bryce had told her once that she was too distrustful. He'd said that not everyone was out to exploit mages for their own ends, that some people genuinely wanted to help. He'd been right. The soldiers aboard the Shura flagship had deliberately missed with their shots, allowing her and her family to escape. Perhaps Reese really was a good guy, despite his family affiliations. Ah well, now she would never know. Then, as her hand touched the bills in her pocket, she realized she hadn't quite shut the door on Reese Dirksen just yet. She finally spotted what she was looking for, a small sign in a window high up in an apartment block. After counting the stories down to the ground, she walked through the security-free entrance. Only one elevator served the building, and it was broken. She began to climb the stairs, counting each floor as she went up. When she reached the story where the sign had been displayed, she tried to figure out which apartment it belonged to, but she couldn't tell which it was. She couldn't remember in which direction the street lay, and the hall was windowless. She went from door to door, pressing the panels, until someone finally answered. It was a child, perhaps only 7 or 8 years old. She wondered if Ostalon was entirely staffed by children, and if that explained why they were always hanging around. Didn't the planetary government provide schools? The little girl looked up at her expectantly. "I want to speak to the person renting out a place on this floor." The little girl only continued to gaze at her. "I said
"That would be me,"
said a portly middle-aged man, waddling hurriedly toward the doorway.
"Go back to your room,"
he said to the girl. She moved away, but slowly, casting backward glances at Karina as she dragged her feet down the hall.
"So you'd like to rent my apartment?"
the man asked eagerly. "I'd like to see the apartment," said Karina. She didn't want the landlord to know she was desperate for a place. She only had a limited amount of money and no means of getting any more right now. She asked, "But if I like it, do you take cash?"
"My dear,"
the man said,
"I only take cash."
It turned out the apartment for rent was directly next door. The landlord keyed a code into the panel and the lock clicked open. The place was almost exactly as Karina expected it to be. Awful. It hadn't been cleaned in a long while. The windows were so grimy they were almost opaque, and the bathroom and tiny kitchen were covered in stains.
"The place cleans up beautifully,"
the man said.
"I would do it myself, only I have a bad back, and with my grandchild to look after, I simply don't have the time. I was going to—"
"How much for a week?" Karina interrupted. When the man named the figure, she didn't know if it was expensive or cheap according to the local rates, but she guessed he was probably trying to rip her off. He would be able to tell from her accent that she wasn't an Australonian. "Are you joking?" she spluttered. "You think you'll get away with charging that much for a place like this?"
"Oh, wait,"
said the man.
"What am I thinking? That's the rent for my other apartment that has twice as many rooms."
He dropped his figure by a third. She said, "That's still far too much." The man shaved off a small percentage of the proposed rent. She was tired of haggling and she needed to remove the traces as soon as possible. "All right, I'll take it."
"Excellent."
"If you include an interface."
"An interface? You don't have one?"
"Mine was stolen, and I haven't ordered another yet. I need something to bridge the gap." The man frowned disbelievingly but said,
"Well, that's easy enough. You can have one of my old ones, though I'll want it back at the end of your tenancy."
"Agreed," said Karina.
"And you pay me your week's rent up front, now."
She reached into her pocket to pull out the cash. When her hand touched the bills Reese had given her, she stopped and took out the money she had earned for her day's labour instead. It wasn't enough. She added some notes from Reese's money to the pile and handed it to her landlord. He counted the bills carefully and slipped them into the money belt he wore.
"What's your name?"
he asked. "Tamira," Karina replied.
"Tamira what?"
"I'll tell you if I stay longer than a week."
"Ha,"
the man said.
"If you say so. I'll send my granddaughter over with the interface later. Water and power aren't included in your rent, by the way."
He told her the door code and left. Adding the point about the utilities after the deal was struck was a typical trick, but she dismissed it. She hoped she wouldn't be in the place for longer than a few days. She couldn't contact her siblings through casting, but she hoped she could find them through more conventional means, perhaps utilizing the planetary network. She had an urgent task to complete first. She was about to take a sip of elixir and set to work when her door chimed. When she went to open it, she found the little girl standing there, wearing a solemn expression and holding an interface. "Thanks," she said, as the girl handed the device over. She didn't reply, but only skipped slowly back to her grandfather's apartment and went inside. Karina carried the interface into the bedroom and put it down. Searching for information that might lead to the whereabouts of her sisters and brothers would have to wait just a little while. She sat down on the bare, dirty floor and gently rubbed her stomach. She wasn't sure exactly where her small intestines were. Transporting objects out of your body when you only had a rough idea of their location was plain stupid. But what choice did she have? Until she was free of the tiny electronic bugs, the Dirksens could swoop in at any moment and pick her up. As soon as she'd removed the tracers, she would have to take them somewhere else and dump them or destroy them. When the Dirksens came for her, they would go to the device's last known location, and she didn't want that to be her newly rented apartment. She took a sip of elixir, placed a hand on her stomach, and closed her eyes. Chapter 20. A wind was rising, setting the trees into motion. The noises of the forest increased, rustling, creaking and murmuring. The insects had retreated since the temperature dropped and the breeze arose. Parthenia hoped rain wasn't on its way. She and Darius were still wearing nothing except the shirts Jace had given them, and Oriana and Fern weren't much better clothed. At least they were heading toward the capital city, or so she hoped. She'd spotted shuttlecraft travelling overhead, and because they always went in a particular direction, she'd concluded they were on their way to or from a spaceport. She had taken her pick of the 2 possible directions in which the spaceport might lie, and for the last half an hour or so they'd been walking toward, or away from, the place. Her chances of being correct were only 50-50, but they were the best odds they were going to get. Fern was carrying Darius, not because her youngest brother was tired, but just for fun. Parthenia was grateful to Fern for entertaining the little boy and taking his mind off the thirst, hunger and fatigue they all felt. Fern was pretending to be one of the animals from Marcia's barn, and Darius was pretending to be a hunter. He was holding an imaginary weapon and firing behind while telling Fern to go faster. "What are you shooting at now, Darius?" Oriana asked. Previously, the boy's targets had been various monsters of his imagination. This time, however, he replied, "Father's guards are chasing us, but it's okay. I'm killing all of them." Oriana caught Parthenia's eye, her eyebrows raised. Parthenia returned the look. Poor Darius. It would take them all a long time to get over their terrifying escape from father's family. She was still struggling with the role she'd played in his death. She didn't think she would ever come to terms with it. "You get 'em, Darius," said Fern. Her little brother screwed up one eye to take aim and fired his finger at the invisible guards. A loud thunk resounded, and a thick cylinder of wing-tipped metal appeared in the tree trunk next to Fern's head. The children froze. Someone was firing at them. "Run!" Parthenia shouted. The children sped away through the trees. She wanted to tell Fern to give Darius to her. Her little brother was heavy for a 12-year-old to carry, but she didn't dare stop long enough to make the switch. Another thunk sounded. "Hurry!" she called. She hoped they wouldn't get split up, but putting distance between themselves and the hunters was the priority. Why were they being shot at? Did the hunters really want to kill children? A third wooden thunk resounded, and Oriana squealed. The bolt had nearly hit her. Now, above the sound of the wind, Parthenia could hear the thump of the feet of the animals the hunters rode, getting closer. How the large beasts manoeuvred between the trees, Parthenia didn't understand, but they managed it. The thought gave her an idea. Over to one side was a dense grouping of trees. Ordinarily, she would have avoided such a place, but in this case it was ideal. "Over there!" she panted to her siblings. They changed direction and ran for the trees. A fourth bolt whistled past her ear. She bit back the shout of fear that rose to her lips. The trees were giving the children some cover. She didn't want to give the hunters a clear indication of their whereabouts. Oriana was the fastest runner of them all. She had reached the thick trunks of the dense clump of trees. In a moment, she'd slipped between them and disappeared. Parthenia reached them next. She hopped behind a tree and watched. Fern was lagging far behind, struggling with Darius's weight, but finally he ran up with his little brother clinging to his back. Just as he reached her, Fern cried out and fell forward. Darius tumbled off him. One of the hunter's bolts was sticking out the back of Fern's thigh. "Fern!" she screamed. She couldn't help herself. Her brother raised his head, his face twisted with pain. A burst of sound and movement a short distance away distracted Parthenia from her brother. The hunters on their animals were speeding closer. Then the animals slowed, making a strange, high-pitched sound. One of the hunters cursed.
"It's kids," he said. "What are they doing here?"
Parthenia helped Fern to his feet. "Run, Darius," she said. Run into the trees! Find Oriana! The woman exclaimed. You shot one of them!
No, I didn't,
the man protested.
That was you.
Can you walk? Parthenia asked Fern. He was white and shaking, but he nodded. She wrapped his arm over her shoulder and half helping, half carrying her brother, she took him out of sight of the hunters. As soon as they'd made it a short way through the narrow spaces between the trunks, she lowered her brother to the ground. Blood was running down his leg, and he looked ready to pass out. If the hunters followed them and caught up with them, there wasn't anything she could do about it. She only hoped Oriana and Darius might get away. But while she sat with her injured brother on the forest floor, no sounds of pursuit followed them. Parthenia guessed the hunters might get into trouble for accidentally shooting children, even if they were trespassing. Fern, Parthenia said, I'm so sorry. That must hurt really badly. I'm going to do whatever I can to help. Her brother only nodded, his lips tightly compressed. But what could she do? If she had elixir, she could transport the bolt out of Fern's leg and then cast heal on the wound. But she had no elixir nor a way of making any. The children were alone and friendless. For the 1000th time, she wondered what had happened to Karina. If only she were here, she would know what to do. Parthenia felt she'd made one mistake after another. Fern! Oriana exclaimed as she came through the trees holding on to Darius's hand. She fell to her knees at her brother's side and burst into tears. Fern, don't die! Please don't die! We're nearly there! We can make you better! What? Parthenia asked. We're nearly where? We're at the city, Darius said. Oriana and I found it. Come and look, Parthenia. We can take Fern to a splicer and make him better. Come on, I'll show you. He grabbed her hand and tried to pull her to her feet. Leaving Fern with Oriana, she got up and went with Darius. Not more than a minute away, the trees faded out entirely. She found herself looking at a wire fence. Beyond the fence stood a landing bay, and beyond that were the low buildings of a spaceport. Farther away the city stood, its buildings rising higher in the distance. They had made it to their destination, but Darius wasn't right in all he'd said. They would never get Fern to a splicer from their current location. She would have to fix her brother's legs somehow before they could go on. Chapter 21. As Karina sat at the edge of the bedroom in her rented apartment, she recalled removing the Shura tracers from her siblings when they were escaping on the shuttle. That had been so much easier. For one thing, she'd seen the tracer that the Dirksens had cut out of Darius, so she knew the size and appearance of the devices, and she had known almost precisely where to find them in her siblings' bodies. By contrast, removing the Dirksen tracers from her intestines was going to be like hunting in the dark with a double-edged knife. One false step and she could cause herself some serious harm. She swallowed. The truth was, she was almost certainly going to inflict some damage. She doubted the best mage in the galaxy could cast with the accuracy required to lift out the tiny tracers without affecting the surrounding tissue. Even without operating blindfolded. No, there was no point in kidding herself. This was going to hurt. She took out the bottle of elixir she had carried with her all the way from Langley's mansion. She had hoarded the liquid, saving it for emergencies just like this. She unscrewed the cap. Then she paused. She couldn't figure out why the Dirksens hadn't picked her up yet. Should she have given Reese a chance to explain? No, that would have been too risky. The information he held might have been useful, yet she felt she'd made the best choice in the circumstances. It was time to get as far away from the Dirksens and the Shuras as she could, after she found her brothers and sisters. She realised she was going over her decision as a way of putting off something she dreaded to do. She refocused and mentally reached out, feeling for the tracers. Now she knew they were there, it wasn't too hard to sense the devices in the depths of her gut. Their material was different from the rest of her flesh, but she couldn't tell how many there were. The tracers were all bunched together. It wouldn't be a good idea to try to transport all of them out of her at once. She was fearful of accidentally pinching out a large piece of her intestine at the same time. Although she could cast heal and fix the injury, she might not be able to do that if she was in too much pain or had passed out. She breathed in and out, deeply and slowly, and centered her mind on the tiny devices embedded in her intestines. She wrote the transport character and sent out the cast. She winced as she mentally gripped a tracer and lifted it out and away, placing it on the floor beside her. She opened an eye to look at the thing. It was a tiny metal bead, a red-stained silver fleck on the grimy floor. 1. She couldn't feel any ill effects yet. No pain or even discomfort. She took another sip of elixir. It was time to remove number 2. She wasn't sure if she'd removed 7 or 8 tracers. She'd lost count, and the devices were too small to see clearly in their little bloody pile beside her. She was in pain, and she was feeling faint, though she wasn't sure if the faintness was due to the repeated casting or the damage she had caused. The more tracers she'd removed, the harder it had become to locate the devices. She thought she could sense one final tracer, but she wasn't sure. Her foggy mind and her aching stomach were strong distractions. She took another sip of elixir and pressed on. She had to get all the tracers out. The Dirksens only needed 1 in order to find her. She forced her tired mind to concentrate and reached inside herself. Was there something still there? It was so hard to tell. The site where the tracers had burrowed was damaged and bleeding. She would have to cast heal soon, but only when she'd removed the final tracer from her system. She only had enough elixir to cast twice more. She had to save heal until last. She strained her senses and mentally probed her gut. She felt something, some kind of anomaly. Was it a tracer? Perhaps her damaged tissue was confusing her. No matter. She would transport a small piece out and then immediately heal herself. As she cast transport, a sharp pain pierced her insides. She gasped and opened her eyes. Something was wrong. She'd gone too far. Pain radiated from her gut. She had to cast heal. She swallowed the last of her elixir and closed her eyes. She tried to center herself and write the character, but she was in too much pain. She was slipping away. Everything went black. Chapter 22. Karina awoke to a familiar sensation. She could feel the faint vibration of a starship's engine. For a moment, groggy with pain and too much casting, she thought she was back aboard the Dirksens ship. She opened her eyes, expecting to see the shaven-headed officer watching her, waiting for her to slip up during his subtle interrogation. Instead, she saw a young man's profile above her. Reese was sitting at a starship's flight controls. A low ceiling was above her, and she was pressed against a wall. She was lying in the reclined seat of a small shuttlecraft. She sat bolt upright. Pain from her stomach lanced through her, and she cried out. Reese turned and looked down. "Stay still." He placed a hand on her shoulder, gently restraining her. "I'm taking you to a doctor." She didn't have the strength to resist. She was so tired, and she'd definitely done something to her gut. If she had some elixir left, she could fix herself, but she remembered she'd drunk the last of it. As she gave up struggling, Reese lifted his hand. "I'm glad you've come around," he said. "I was worried about you. We'll be at the hospital in another minute. You tracked me through those tracers." "Of course. It was lucky for you I did. I don't know what's wrong with you, but you were out cold when I found you." "Huh, an old guy let you in, right?" "A little girl, actually. She said her pops was sleeping." Karina guessed the old man hadn't taken long to spend her week's rent money on his favourite addiction. There wasn't a lot else to look forward to in districts like that, she knew too well. "You carried me out all by yourself? Hey, I'm stronger than I look. And you came around a little and helped? Maybe you don't remember. I only had to get you to the roof where I'd landed my star racer. Why did you come for me? I thought you were going to leave me alone." "You did? I never said that. It was kind of implied, I thought, after the whole kidnapping thing." Her wooziness wasn't dissipating. If anything, it was getting worse. She wasn't sure if she was going to pass out again or throw up. The latter alternative won. Her vomit was brown and granular. "Sorry." Reese glanced down at her production, now slowly spreading over the shiny floor of the tiny shuttlecraft. "Don't worry about it. I'm sure glad I decided to come and get you, though." "How come you turned up just then? Did you know I was sick?" "Yeah, the tracers don't only signal their position, they transmit the subject's health status, along with a few other things." "Pretty clever. You Dirksens love your high tech." "Don't call me a Dirksen, please. Just call me Reese. I don't like to think of myself as one of them anymore. I decided I'm going to divorce myself from my clan, just as soon as I exploit the benefits of being a member one more time." He gave a wry smile. Returning his attention to the controls, he said, "We're here. There should be some medics to meet us. I commed ahead." The shuttlecraft rapidly lost altitude, increasing her nausea. The engine cut out and half of the roof of the vehicle lifted. It was raining outside. She was instantly soaked. 2 medics were suddenly checking her over. The next moment, she was being lifted out and onto a gurney. The medics raced with her across the rooftop, through open double doors and into an elevator. Reese stepped in as the elevator doors closed. He stood over her, resting his hand on the gurney rail. One of the medics was cutting open her clothes. "I only just bought these," she protested. Everyone was overreacting. She had been injured plenty of times while working as a merc. If she only had a mouthful of elixir, she could fix her problems herself. "Did you eat something sharp?" the female medic asked. "No, someone fed me something noxious." She glared at Reese, who looked away. The medics didn't say anything else. Did they know Reese was a Dirksen? Would the hospital check Ostalon's databases for her genetic profile? What would the staff do when they couldn't find her on the planetary system? She couldn't stay here to be treated. It was too risky. But as she tried to sit up, she gasped with pain. "Lie down," admonished the female medic, pushing her shoulders to the gurney. "Where do you think you're going?" "Away from here," Karina exclaimed, struggling with her. "Please stay still," said Reese. "I'm really only trying to help you. No one here is going to hurt you or even ask you who you are. You don't have to worry." In her current state of health, she didn't have much choice but to give in. She wouldn't be able to fight off 3 people and escape. She wasn't sure she could even stay upright. As the elevator reached its floor and the doors opened, she passed out again. When she came around for the second time, the pain in her stomach was gone. She was in a hospital bed, and Reese was sitting beside her reading an interface, not yet aware she was awake. Though she felt a lot better, her wooziness hadn't entirely gone away. She guessed it was an after effect of the drug she'd been given while her insides were being fixed. Relief washed through her. While she'd tried to pretend to herself that the damage she'd inflicted while removing the tracers was no big deal, deep down she'd actually been quite scared. She hoped she wouldn't ever have to attempt such a thing again. Now she was better and the tracers were gone, she could begin searching for her siblings right away. They'd been on their own for days. She hated to think what might have happened to them. She pushed back her covers and sat up halfway, but the movement made her head spin. She slumped down. "Whoa," said Reese. "Take it easy." He pulled the covers over her. She noticed she was wearing a hospital gown. "Where are my clothes?" She wouldn't have gotten far dressed as she was. What had she been thinking? "The medics cut off your clothes, remember?" said Reese. "Your money is in the drawer next to your bed. I can get you some more clothes. I'll order them for you now. What do you want?" He took up his interface again. "Wait! What are you doing?" "Huh? I'm buying you some clothes. Didn't you hear? Don't worry, the anesthetic will wear off soon." "I mean, what are you doing here, now, with me?" "What do you think I'm doing? I'm looking after you. The surgeon said your operation went well. Said you're as good as new now." "Thanks, but—" "But what? I don't get it. What's all this about?" Reese said, "I told you already. I'm leaving my mother's clan. What you were saying was right. They are a bunch of thugs. I never really saw it before because I was brought up in the middle of it. I believed Mother when she explained that we Dirksens were helping to develop and modernize other societies to their benefit. It just took me a while to realize it was all garbage, excuses. It's hard when it's your close family who's doing evil things. That was what I wanted to talk to you about before, only you didn't give me a chance. Then I saw what you'd done to yourself trying to remove the tracers. That made up my mind. I'm never going back home. I still love my mother, but I can't accept what she does and I don't want to be a part of it. I haven't told her about my decision yet," Reese went on. "I'll let her figure it out for herself. Until she does, I can make use of my status, but only to do good things, like helping you. No one here will ask who you are or what happened to you. There won't be any record of your treatment on the hospital records. And," he smiled slyly, lifting his interface, "I can order whatever I want until my account is closed." "Yeah," Karina said. "And your mother will be able to find out exactly what you ordered and where it was delivered." Reese's face fell. "I didn't think of that. If you do plan on doing a disappearing act, you'll need to be a lot more careful. It isn't easy to stay hidden, not easy at all." "I guess that's true." The young man looked troubled, and she felt a little sorry for him. It was a bold, brave, and perhaps foolish step he was taking. She didn't think he was mature or experienced enough to understand all the implications. Yet he was doing the right thing. Overall, she was glad her previous goading seemed to have tipped him into a decision he'd been brooding about for a while. "What do you plan to do?" she asked, wondering if he had a plan at all. "I'm not sure." He didn't. "Maybe I can get a job," Reese continued. "I have my star racer. I can sleep in that." "You don't think your mother might have put a tracer on it?" "I don't think so, but you're right. It's a possibility. I should have it scanned. It was my present for my 16th birthday. I don't think it's registered. No Dirksen registers anything." "Of course not," she said. "Why would they? That might force them to operate within the law, which would be ridiculous." Reese's wry smile returned. "I like your sense of humor. How are you feeling now?" In truth, she was still feeling the effects of the anesthetic, but she felt much better than she had before. "I'm okay. I think I'll be able to leave soon." "Don't do that," said Reese. "Rest a little while longer. The surgeon said you should wait until tomorrow to go home." "That isn't going to work for me. I have some things to do urgently." Reese said, "Please, stay here for a couple more hours. Allow some time for the drugs to wear off. Maybe I can help you do whatever it is that's so urgent." Well, she considered, could she trust him? Reese had saved her when she was in a dangerous position. Bryce had always said she was too distrustful. She wondered what had happened to her friend. She hoped he'd made it back to his family. She looked into Reese's eyes. He gazed back openly, unblinking. "Maybe you can help me." Chapter 23. "I can't do it," Oriana sobbed. "I just can't do it." "It's okay," Parthenia replied, taking her sister's hands in her own. Oriana's palms were red and raw from trying to start a fire. "I'll think of something else." "The wood's too wet," Oriana said. "In the barn it was bone dry, and even then it took me ages to make it smoulder. Here, outside, it's too damp. I'm sure that's the problem." "I guess you're right," Parthenia replied. "It was a miracle you started a fire at all the first time you tried. I wouldn't have known how to do it." "I saw it in a vid," said Oriana. Fern was lying to one side under a tree. He was on his front, the bolt the hunters had shot him with still sticking out of the back of his thigh. He was awake, but in so much pain he'd hardly spoken over the last few hours. "Just pull it out," he said between clenched teeth. "I can't stand having that thing stuck in me. Please, pull it out. We can tie something around my leg and then we can go into the city." Parthenia had been trying to avoid that solution to their problem. As it was, Fern's wound currently only bled when he moved. She was worried that if they pulled the bolt out, they might not be able to stop the bleeding and her brother might bleed to death. She didn't want to tell him that, though. If only they had some elixir. Just a couple of mouthfuls was all it would take, but they couldn't start a fire. Oriana was holding her poor sore hands under her armpits. Parthenia put an arm around her sister's shoulders. Her own hands were hurting too from trying to help. Darius was where he'd been for hours, sitting at the wire fence watching shuttles take off and land at the spaceport. Parthenia was trying to be strong, but she felt like crying. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't figure a way out of their situation. If she could make it into the city, it might be easier for her to make some elixir. The process was so simple and the ingredients so mundane, but she didn't want to leave Fern, even if Oriana stayed with him. What if the hunters came looking for them? She didn't know what might happen while she was gone. She'd been parted from the twins once already. She didn't want to leave them on their own again. The responsibility weighed on her heavily. At some point during the trials of the day, she had given up hope of Karina finding and helping them. For whatever reason, her older sister clearly wasn't going to turn up. They were on their own. Yet Parthenia had learned she wasn't up to the task that had befallen her. She'd made so many bad decisions. Dusk had fallen and was turning to night. The lights from the spaceport meant they weren't in darkness, but Parthenia remembered with a shudder the sounds of night creatures in the forest where she and Darius had first been lost. Also, though no one had complained, she knew everyone was extremely thirsty and hungry. Perhaps it was time for her to face the truth about what she had to do. As she made her decision, Darius turned away from the fence, stood up and walked over to her. He wrapped his arms around her neck and hugged her. Her little brother didn't say a word. She knew he had sensed her mood and was trying to offer some comfort. "It's no good," Parthenia announced. "I'm going to have to leave you and find someone I can ask for help." "No," Fern muttered. "I keep telling you, pull the damned thing out." "I'll be fine. I would do it myself if I could reach it." "We can't," Oriana said. "Parthenia's right. It wouldn't be safe. We aren't splicers. We don't know what we're doing. It isn't like casting. You could die." "Dying would be better than going back to living how we were," Fern said. He'd spoken the thought that was on all their minds. If anyone discovered who they were or what they could do, The best they could look forward to was a life of captivity. But while their lives with father and mother had been luxurious, they couldn't expect the same treatment at the hands of the Dirksens. Parthenia wondered what the clan might do to her if they figured out she was responsible for many of their business deals going awry. But what else could she do? Feeling like a failure, she said, "I'm the oldest, and I'm making this decision. We can't stay here trying to make fire forever. At least this way we have a chance. It doesn't automatically follow that whoever we ask for help is going to do something bad to us. Maybe they'll be kind and not ask any questions. When Darius and I were lost, we found someone who helped us." "I agree with Parthenia," Oriana said. "You can't stay as you are, Fern. You need help. If we have to take a risk to find someone to help you, that's what we have to do." Fern closed his eyes in pain and turned his head away. "Okay," Parthenia said. "Let's go over our story one more time. We don't know the name of any place here, so we'll make one up. We'll say we're from Riverfield. There has to be somewhere called Riverfield. Then the rest of the story is the same as we said before." All the children except Fern rehearsed their cover story. Parthenia wasn't sure it sounded authentic, but it was the best she could come up with. It would have to do. When they'd repeated all the details a few times, she said, "Right, I want you all to stay here. I'm going to try to find someone." "Where will you go?" Darius asked. "I'm going into the spaceport. It's the closest place that has people in it. Now, none of you must move from this spot while I'm gone. Especially you, Darius. No matter what happens, you mustn't leave Oriana. Do you understand?" "I want to go with you," said Darius. "No, you can't." If something bad happened, she didn't want Darius with her. "What if you don't come back?" Oriana asked, her eyes glistening in the darkness. Parthenia didn't know what to reply. As she struggled to think, a shuttle passed overhead, momentarily lighting up her sister and brothers with its beams. She ran to hug and kiss them, just in case. "I will come back." The spaceport was full of passengers. Parthenia had walked around the perimeter fence until it met the road that led to the facility. She went through the transparent doors as they parted and entered the busy hall. After the quiet of the forest, the noise of announcements and crowds of chattering people were almost painful. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Who should she approach? She didn't want to speak to anyone in authority in case they asked her awkward questions. She decided to target people who were on their way out of the spaceport because they wouldn't be in a hurry to catch their flight. Yet, after glancing at her odd clothes, she'd never felt so aware she was still wearing Jace's shirt up until that moment. Everyone she went up to ignored her and went on their way. "Please," she said, trying to catch the attention of a mother with 2 children. "Please, can you help me?" But the mother only pretended not to hear her and hurried her children along. Parthenia tried to approach another passenger, but the result was the same. She had never felt so alone and helpless as she stood by herself in the shifting crowds. What a change it was from that last time she'd been in a spaceport with father and mother. Father had been so haughty and arrogant, arguing with the official about having to walk through the public departures hall. She had to make someone stop and listen to her request. Fern and the others were counting on her. A young couple were walking slowly over to the exit arm in arm. They seemed to have kind faces. "Excuse me," she said, planting herself in the couple's path so they couldn't avoid her. "My brother's had an accident. I need some help." The couple had been entirely focused on each other. At her interruption, they looked surprised and then embarrassed. "I'm very sorry," said the woman, sidestepping her. She grabbed her arm. "How can you be so uncaring? My brother's seriously hurt. Why won't you help?" "Hey, the man shouted. "Let go of her." He tore her hand away. "Come on, honey," he said to the woman. "She probably wants money for drugs." "No, I don't," she shouted, at her wits' end. If she didn't get some help soon, Fern might die. She was worried her siblings might give up on her and try to pull the bolt out of his leg. "You have to help me! Someone has to help!" A guard she hadn't noticed before began to march toward her. She tensed. She didn't want that kind of attention. After a moment's indecision, she turned and ran, directly into another guard who had been approaching her from behind. "Got you!" the guard said, as she grabbed her arm and twisted it behind her back. Parthenia cried out at the sudden pain. She struggled, but the guard only twisted her arm more tightly. She gasped. "I don't believe that for a minute," said the guard. "But we'll soon find out. Let's go." By this time the other guard had also reached her. The two of them manhandled her across the spaceport hall. Suddenly, all the passengers to whom she'd been invisible only a moment before stopped and stared. "I'm only here because I need help for my brother," she protested. "He's been hurt. He was shot in the forest. I had to leave him there with my other brother and sister." "Shot? In the forest?" the male guard asked. "Save your lies," said the female guard. "They won't do you any good." "Why would I lie about something like that? I'm not asking for money. I'm asking for help. Please, you have to believe me." The male guard was grave. "If your brother really is lying injured in the forest, there isn't anything we can do. That's Dirksen land. Whatever goes on in there is up to them." "No, you have to help him. If you can't help him, let me go. Let me go back to him." She twisted and fought, trying to bite the guard's hands, trying anything to make them release her, but she couldn't break free. The two guards hauled her, struggling and kicking, into a security room. She was beside herself with fear and rage. The guards pushed her into a corner, left the room, and locked the door. The end. This has been Dark Mage Rises, Mage Saga Book 2, written and narrated by J.J. Green. The next book in the Mage Saga series is Wildfire and Steel, Mage Saga Book 3. For more J.J. Green books, visit jjgreenauthor.com.